100 years ago, that property has been as sacrosanct as any property that I understand. I know that Texans understand the holiness of private property. We lived within 2 miles of Hunt for nearly 100 years. And that area to me is holy. And I've come from South Carolina to address the court, and I'll cede the floor soon because this is an agenda item 1.13 that is not the purpose to discuss right now. But I just want to let you know that I really appreciate y'all's leadership on this and your deep consideration of the concerns and issues that face me and my folks there. When I splashed in the Guadalupe River yesterday, I texted my family back home and I said, I am in the waters of my people. So, gentlemen, thank you for your service. Thank you for the time. Thank you for the opportunity to let me address you all. And I'll be talking about this later.
You can catch me at a break and I'll tell you Judge Brown's stories.
I need all of those, sir.
Mike and Jan. Yes. You want to do this together?
If we can, yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm going to let you say your last name.
Thank you, Judge Kelly. Commissioners, my name is Mike Pericini.
I'm Jan Pericini.
And we reside at 162 Cypress Drive South. We're here today to introduce ourselves. I'm the president of Gunnies Warriors. We're a local veteran nonprofit here. We bring awareness to the physical damage caused to the brain by blast exposure. And we advocate for brain donation to further the studies to assist for veterans. So,
what we'd like to speak to, good morning. What we'd like to speak to you about this morning is an event that we are hosting in September 11th. Weekend, let's see, it's going to be from Saturday, September 9th through Monday, September 11th. And I made copies for y'all, if I can give them to you later. Okay, good. What this is an opportunity for us. Mike and I wanted to do something for our community. Y'all have been so gracious and supportive of our nonprofit Gunnies Warriors that we wanted to give back to the community and do something positive. So it will be at the Hill Country Youth Event Center in the park area there. It will be open and free to the public. What you do is you can purchase a flag, American flag, for $45, and we plan on having 500 flags up in the park, and we'll have food trucks and opening ceremonies and events throughout the 3 days that it's open. And then we will take down the flags on September 12th, and whoever purchased the flag will then get the flag. The theme of our event is called Honor Your Hero, and we wanted to make this a community-wide event, not just for veterans. So anyone that has been a hero, a positive impact in your life, you can honor them with a flag, and there will be a 3x5 index card on each flag speaking of the person that's being honored. We hope that this is a good turnout, and we ask for your support, and we will be back later in before September to remind you all of this. If you don't know or have ever seen a field of honor, that's my 3 minutes. I didn't know I could talk that long.
Mike, I didn't get one of those flyers. If you got an extra one, I appreciate it.
I've got to sit here.
Oh, you got a flyer?
Get my Jody.
Okay, we got it.
think there's just one of each that was attached to the request.
And I can't respond, but these are people that I've talked to a number of times, I've marched with them. There's more to be said when we have this as an agenda item. I can't say it today.
Thanks.
Next is Richard Mosting. You're going to do specific
I'm
item,
going to be
right?
on 1.14.
Okay. Jordan, are you going to speak at public input?
Yes. That's me.
Okay, George Broody, 1616 Glen Road. I sat through a meeting one time where the judge actually sat and kept talking about government 101. So I got some questions, and I know you can't answer them today, but I'm hoping somebody could. So there's a whole big to-do about Mr. Ballou and qualified to hold public office. And I guess my questions are kind of about that, because as I'm understanding things, the qualifications aren't to hold public office. They're actually to be a candidate to run and file to run. And so when someone does that, they fill out the application, the body is supposed to vet it whether they actively do or don't. After 5 days or something, they're supposed to say, okay, you're going to be on the ballot. The time to challenge that application ends 50 days before the election. So it appears what's going on now is someone's challenging that application, and I'm not sure why. Then to move forward, there's very specific ways to remove a elected official from office, and they seem to be recall, or the one that appears to be what's going on for incompetency or official misconduct or intoxication, all happening while they're serving in their term. So the law says very specifically, no removal for prior action. An officer may not be removed under this chapter for an act the officer committed before election to office. So again, I don't understand why the taxpayers are the resources of the taxpayers are being wasted on something that can't really be done legally. And to say that the body has no hand in this is false, because you guys are to uphold the laws in this area, and you're the body that was supposed to vet, and if you did, you put them on the ballot, so it's already been vetted. The proof that he's supposed to do for being qualified to hold office is simply that the voters elected him, and there was a canvassing of that election, therefore he's qualified. So I don't understand why we're continuing to waste taxpayer dollars vetting something that's already been vetted. If the voters want to weigh in after electing somebody, they get to weigh in with a recall. So this body could actually step forward and say, that's the procedures, and that's what's happening. I'm hopeful that a judge will see this as being improper and throw it out in the court and leave it back to the voters. We should be the ones deciding. So, thank you.
Any other public comment? Input? Obviously, there's a lot to respond to that. We cannot do that. So, with that, we'll move on to commissioners' comments. Precinct 1.
I wanted to do a little shout out to Reagan Gibbons. There's been an ongoing issue in Precinct 1 that he dealt with and took care of, and it wasn't an easy. You deal with personalities, you deal with issues, and you deal with problems. And if you can put those to rest and calm people down and get the job done, it's always a good thing. Reagan did that recently, and got a taxpayer very happy, and will know now what they're paying the taxes for, so that's always good. And that's all. I just wanted to tell you that your department heads, your people that are taking care of all kinds of things you don't even see in county government, they're always busy doing these kinds of things. There's something to do every single day. Something's gone wrong, something needs to be put a little dot the I and cross the T, and they're doing it, and it has to be done. I appreciate it.
Okay, for Precinct 2, there is no burn ban. We've had enough rain, things are green enough that it's still okay to burn. Been continuing to work with D. Guerrera, who's the remaining contractor working on the EDAP waste water project. And I've been making calls to my contacts at Bandera Electric to try to expedite the hookup of three-phase power for lift station H on Stoneleigh Road. But otherwise, De Guerrero is wrapping things up. Hopefully they'll be complete in another month or maybe two. And anyone who needs to make a claim for damages or warranty within the first year need to do that by contacting Grant Works Rosie Daly, who happens to be here. Rosie, get in front of the camera just so people can see. Her number is 512-957-1465. Call between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. on weekdays. And when calling, give your name, address, the issue, and a callback number. So that's the process, and it's far better if you make a complaint now than later. Okay, just a little bit of an update on road reconstruction projects. Skyline Drive, the road reconstruction is basically complete. We're now waiting on the county road and bridge department. They will complete it with the chip sealing and that work. They've been doing the prep work. They'll have the chip sealing started this week and hopefully finish next week for Skyline Drive. On Robertson Road, they had to lower some, that's a reconstruction project that's been approved, but they had to lower some utility lines, primarily water. That's been done. So now the contractor, Brandon, is going to be there July 10th to start that road reconstruction. And on Elm Pass 2, that I'm getting questions on, that is basically, we hope to get it done here soon, but it's pending gravel. Wheatcraft was the contractor that was supposed to provide the gravel for the chip seal, and they failed. It's not available. So as soon as we can find some other gravel, and I think we're going to open some bids today, we'll get road and bridge, we'll be able to finish that. That's it.
Great. I'll also give Reagan and his staff shout outs along with the sheriff's department. It's amazing what things all of a sudden blow up. A donkey causes lots of news. San Antonio, 2 stations covered it. It was an illegal dumping situation. But through a lot of investigative work, through sheriff's investigative staff and animal controls, Dom, they figured out who owned it, and the person turned himself in, and it was resolved. There was no animal cruelty involved. It was a person just wanted to get rid of a dead donkey and didn't do it the right way. So shout out to both those departments for tracking down and figuring out what actually happened there. And the other thing is, it looks like summer's here. Temperatures the rest of the week supposed to be over 100. So get ready for it. That's it.
We're lucky it didn't hit us like it did last year. It was a lot earlier. A couple things coming up. This Thursday, the West Kerr Chamber as well as the Kerrville Chamber are having a joint mixer out at Moon Shadow Haven. If you haven't been there, it's right across the street from the Mountain Home Volunteer Fire Department. Relatively new place that holds events, and you ought to owe it to yourself to check it out if you get a chance. And then this Friday, Divide VFD will be having their annual fundraiser. Steak dinner starts at 5. I think it runs through 9. There'll be silent auctions, live auctions, a lot of raffles and stuff, and it's always a fun event. One other thing, I continue to get great reviews from the town hall we had at the Mountain Home VFD on the human trafficking. I'm sure the sheriff continues to get those kudos as well. We have talked, looks like there'll probably be another one after the 4th of July, maybe at the event center, more centralized location. The first one, we wanted to have it out there because that's the people that deal with it all the time, right there in their backyard. So there's another one coming up if you missed the first one. And that's all.
Okay. Countywide, the one thing I will comment on is this procedure with Commissioner Balloon. We shied away from talking about it on the court, but I think it's important that the public understand that this court has nothing to do with the quo warranto procedure, quo warranto, however you say it, it's a Latin term. It's brought by the state of Texas, and this court has no involvement. That's why you haven't heard from us. I will get together with Lisa Walter, our PR representative, and confirm with our county attorney, and even outside counsel, and be able to get a public press release out so people will know the details of this. But this is all being handled by the district attorney for the 198th District Court, Judicial District, and that's all at the state level. That's not, has nothing to do with the county. And by the way, at the county level, we run by party, so any applications go through the parties, and then the parties present their candidates to the county to put on the ballot. So all the vetting or screening that would have been done at the party level. So I just have to offer that by way of general information. We'll get a press release so that the public will understand that the county's not involved in this. With that, we're ready to start the consideration agenda. Item 1.1 is presentation regarding AgriLife extension and Kerr 4-H interpretation. Jennifer Smith.
I don't see it.
They were gonna pass on that when they had conflicts with some.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll pass on that. We're going to 1.2. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to set a public hearing on July 10, 2023, at 10:30 in the morning, to be held in the Commissioner's Courtroom at 700 Main Street, Kerrville, Texas, for the purpose of presenting the county clerk's annual record archival plan in accordance with local government code, section 118.025G. Ms. Dabney.
It's standard procedure. I just need a public hearing at this time.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve setting the public hearing for the annual record archival plan review. Okay. Next is another 9 o'clock item.
You gotta have a vote.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you all.
Thank you. Item 1.3, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding the office location of the county treasurer and environmental health department. Commissioner Lenz.
Yes, this is something we've discussed a number of times. The treasurer needs more space in her office. The only available spaces that I'm aware of in the courthouse is at the environmental health department. And that's mainly due to the fact that Reagan Gibbons and the deputy constables in solid waste have moved out to the animal control facility. So there is space in that area. I originally asked both those department heads and elected officials to work with Peter Lewis to kind of redesign, how to make it, those new office space fit their needs the best, and hopefully also give the county a small conference room down there. They did that. Peter did it. Got a cost estimate, and the estimate came in about $250,000, which is really not reasonable for that, plus the logistics of doing it. I think the court's also aware that 550 Earl Kerr, it's likely that the first floor will become available, where the PDO currently has some space, and my recommendation would be that environmental health move to that building. A lot of us don't see the reason to sort of spend a lot. In my opinion, I've looked at both offices a lot. I think that we should just approve the treasurer moving into the environmental health offices, environmental health is moving into the treasurer's office.
Possibly temporary.
Temporary, and then also, actually, when I started thinking about it and talking with Peter and saw the remodeling, probably would be easier to do it this way to start with anyway, and then remodel once they're in the new offices almost then. Because remodeling is gonna really be disruptive if we were to do that. So anyway, my recommendation is that we just go ahead and do it. We never have really voted on doing this. We discussed it at the court level. We just got a status report, so I put it on the agenda. And I'll keep things moving. I'll make a motion that we
Switch.
one of them may not be happening, but I think the right word, that we switch those two departments. The county treasurer, we go into the environmental health offices, and the environmental health can go into the county treasurer's office. That's my motion. So we can discuss this.
If it's seconded, I'll make some comments.
I'll second.
Okay, now it's open for discussion.
Yes.
Look, I'm the liaison officer for environment. So I've sat with Ashley tomorrow and gone through this in detail. I'll submit to Tracy. And look, they both have legitimate claims to needing that space. And I'm honest with you, I struggle with seeing who has a better claim to it, a greater need. They both have needs, that's the problem. And it's going to create issues for Right now, it's an issue for the Treasurer's Department, and if we make the move, it'll be an issue for the Environmental Health Group. So if we need to, before we make a decision, perhaps we should hear from both of them, unless everyone else has already talked to them and have a position. I don't know how quickly we can identify just what's going to happen with the Earl Garrett property, and if that's the solution, fine. I'll offer another solution. The West Ingram Annex, there's tons of space up there. Could easily accommodate either department. Obviously, Treasury doesn't really want to move out there, so that too is another option. And perhaps we should weigh all of the available options before a final decision is made.
On the county treasurer, statutorily, are they permitted to be outside the,
I don't know the answer to that, but
Yeah,
But that's not a good opportunity.
Well, I'm not
That's not a
suggesting
good opportunity.
It's more secure to be here.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask, what other
the other
benefits?
departments.
It's space. We added an employee, I don't want to speak for the treasurer, which you get up in a moment. We added an employee to that office, and the financial work that they're doing is very difficult, the limited space that they have in that. There's only really 2 offices and a reception area. And
It's not because they're counting bags of money. I mean, you're sitting at a computer.
they're doing a lot of, I'll let Tracy.
Well, here's my
explain.
question. Would it be more convenient, because environmental deals with people coming in and out of the office and so on, would it be easier or more convenient for them to be in that other location rather than people coming into the basement of the courthouse?
it'd be better for parking because they drive trucks and
See,
trailers.
that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if we can tell everybody why it's a good idea, why it'd be more convenient for the taxpayer. Because they have to get permits and things from the office, talk to them in and out. So it is basically, for all practical purposes, a retail store versus the treasurer, who is not a retail store.
Right, well,
I'm
that's
not clear, what are you actually proposing? They move
I'm
where?
saying we need to know the up and down of it. We need to know the positive points.
Right.
If we're gonna hear the negative points, let's hear the positive. Will that be better for the taxpayer to be over here? I know we can grouse about where our chair is and who took my stapler and all that stuff here. But is it gonna be better for the taxpayer for environmental to be over there?
in my opinion, it's better for the taxpayer to be over there and probably better for veteran services to be over there. Because they both deal with the public a lot. And plus veteran service office is not a good lot.
That's an easier in and out, easier parking, as Judge said.
I think that's long term, and that's been, I think it's talked about since we purchased that building as a long term, as an option down the road, depending on what happened with the PDO. But yeah, and I'm just not sure. My understanding is, to get people up to speed on it, is that the PDO has acquired space in Vernon, and they're going to move a pretty large segment of this office to Vernon. Understanding is they're going to maintain the top floor for the PDO, and then they'll free up the bottom floor of that building. Without a whole lot of work, I think that office could fit both environmental health and veteran services very, very easily, and other offices you go over there as well. There's
Easier access. for the
easier
public.
access. I mean, JP3 may be a good option, Constable 3, both of those offices, it would free up some space in this building. But, the immediate thing is, this move, it may be a double move for environmental health if they go over there. But, anyway, it's on the agenda for us to decide. Tracy, do you want to say anything?
Just a minute.
Okay.
I want to hear from both of them. Okay?
Yeah, sure.
And I've talked to both of them before. Both of them remember that this was part of the bond issue. We're going to move the tax office down to Earl Garrett, 600 Earl Garrett. And so this is part of the fallout from not expanding to be able to accommodate these moves. And so now we're doing it kind of on the fly. So because the bond issue didn't pass and things have changed and we've got to do something, we've got to make a move. So with that, I'd ask to hear from, y'all figure out who goes first, but we need to hear from y'all so that the public hears what your issues are. Tracy, this is our county treasurer.
Good morning. A little over a year ago, almost a year and a half ago, my office was asked to take payroll on, which required another full-time employee. And at the time, I didn't have space, so my front desk person was processing payroll at the front desk as people are walking in and out, which is not the most secure place. I have been able to kind of finagle some space for her in the back, but it's basically about as big as this podium is what she's working on with her computer and everything, surrounded by printers. So it's not ideal, and it's been talked about for almost a year and a half to get me more space.
Ms. Batters. This is Ashley Batters, I head of Departmental.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners Court. So I stand before you today to emphasize the critical importance of maintaining our current office space known as BA 100. This office is not just a physical location, it is the lifeline of our operations, providing us with the necessary space, storage, and effectively serving the public and fulfilling our responsibilities. First, let us address the need for sufficient operational area. As it stands, BA is already adequate for our 4 employees of the department to maintain our current operations, workflow, and customer service. By preserving this existing space, we enable our OSSF employees to review plats, plan materials with OSSF professionals and landowners, conduct business with the public, such as walking them through the permitting process and application, as well as consultation on complaint cases. This collaboration is vital to our work and ensures that we provide the best service possible to our community. In addition to fostering collaboration, maintaining sufficient operational area allows the accommodation of office equipment, septic and plat records, office supplies, and personnel. Without this space, we face the challenges of a cluttered work environment, restricted movement, and limited accessibility. By preserving our current office, we ensure that our employees have the resources they need to perform their duties efficiently and effectively. Secondly, the importance of storage space cannot be understated. Our office handles OSSF permits, plat reviews, and complaints on a daily basis. These records include new ones are stored and accessed in various locations within BA 100. The current floor plan allows for a sufficient storage area within the common employee spaces, as well as the additional storage closet that contains the OSSF records from 1994 to the present. By maintaining adequate storage, we achieve organization and accessibility of working documents, permits, and files. This efficiency in inventory management ensures that files can be found promptly and retrieved easily, enabling us to provide timely responses and assistance to the public. Furthermore, additional storage space reduces clutter and improves the overall aesthetics of the office environment. Without sufficient storage capacity, we face the challenges of difficulty in finding and retrieving items, leading to delay and potential errors. Moreover, there is an increased risk of damage or loss, compromising the integrity of our record. To prevent such issues, we must prioritize maintaining the current storage capabilities that we have in BA 100. Lastly, I would like to address the critical matter of security. As a designated representative that enforces the rules and regulations of the Texas Health and Safety Code, Texas Water Code, and Texas Administrative Code, investigate complaints, issues notice of violation letters, and at times citations, it is imperative that we maintain our secure door for the protection of the personnel working there. Our secure door serves as a physical barrier to unauthorized access, enhancing the safety and well-being of our office staff, and contributes to maintaining the integrity of ongoing investigations by protecting evidence and ensuring the confidentiality of sensitive information. Ultimately, this allows us to maintain the trust and respect of the public they deserve. In conclusion, the preservation of our current office space BA is of most importance. By maintaining sufficient operational area, storage, and security, we ensure the continuity of our operation, the provision of excellent customer service to the public, and the protection of sensitive information. The size of suite BA 100 does not adequately meet our operational need. The structure layout of BA 100 would not allow for our furniture to fit, impede on our daily workflow and customer service. So I urge each and every one of you to recognize the significance of maintaining the integrity of our current work environment and BA 100 and provide your unwavering support. And together we can continue to serve our community with excellence, professionalism, and the dedication they deserve. Thank you.
I got a couple of questions for both of you. 3 years ago, we appointed the Capital Improvement Planning Committee to figure out what our capital needs were. And we worked diligently on that. But the public did not agree with our plan that they came together with. 3 years ago, when we started this review process, how many employees did you have in your office space that we're talking about?
6.
6?
Was it 7?
7?
7, well, yes, later on was 7.
Okay, so you've accommodated up to 7, and those are pretty crowded conditions, right? And we were talking about needing to do something, right? Okay. 3 years ago, Tracy, how many people did you have in your department?
2.5.
And now, what do you have?
4.
And now you have to do the payroll function,
Correct.
is that right? That we asked you to do.
Correct.
Just wanted to make sure. And so, had we done the bond issue, things would look a whole lot different, but we've got to do this piecemeal rearrangement. It's kind of like musical chairs and who we've got to move where.
Well,
But we don't have enough room at this point.
well, just like that remodel, $250,000, that's out of the question.
We don't want to.
And that's the reason we got the CIP, because we said, we can't spend $1 million or whatever it was back then to rearrange the bottom floor, like putting lipstick on a pig, remember?
Yeah, if you remember,
And-
Peter List came to us with a plan.
Yeah, I know, and it was
This is just musical chairs, we just rearranged things.
Yeah, you don't get any more space. And so now here we are with this.
Yeah. And
how many-
it's not y'all's fault, it's not either one of y'all's fault.
No.
We understand that. We take the full responsibility for the dilemma that we're in.
The
And
issue
by
really
moving
isn't
us-
that we didn't pass a bond, the issue is whether she's gonna stay where she is and she's gonna stay where she is. So I'd like for us to talk about that.
Yes, actually, one question, we asked Tracy how many she has now, how many do you have in?
4.
4, so we went from 7 to 4.
Right. Same number.
Tracy went
She-
from 2.5 to 4.
Exactly.
And by moving us twice, I mean, it would be ideal to move us just once because that affects our operation and time is money for our professionals and it's gonna hinder them too. So if we're gonna move, it'd be ideal if we could just move once.
So I'm kind of unclear on why they would move twice anyway.
If we took it to 550. See, the long-term plan was to move environmental down to 550.
Right.
It's not available yet.
Yeah.
When is that?
Okay, that answers it.
We don't know.
When PDO tells us or we kick them out. That's what it is.
May I make a comment, please? I know my office works closely with both Tracy's office and Ashley's office. I know the Environmental Health Department brings filings into my office. Y'all are out and about and have vehicles anyway, but it would be more efficient if their office remained in the courthouse, I think. And Tracy, everybody deposits with her office daily. That's the goal, is to deposit your money daily. So if their office were to move off campus, would y'all then drive to pick up deposits, or would we have to drive over there to deposit money? So I would advocate for both offices to remain in the courthouse, just for efficiency's sake.
Somebody has to move.
That's right.
Well,
switching,
Ultimately, somebody has to move.
You
I'm just
mentioned some
saying.
others that could move.
Yeah. Veteran
What,
services.
how much? Well, veteran services, that's not a big, it's not a big office. You also mentioned 2 downstairs.
JP 3 and Council
Yeah.
3. And the reason that made sense if you put security over into that building.
Right, but those don't provide much office space.
No.
If you recall, what we're gonna do is we're gonna move the tax office out.
Yeah.
And then we had that eye, or bring the treasurer up because it got involved up there and work transition. We can't do that. So now we just gotta decide who's gonna be where before we make the next move.
I mean, to me, I know it's not convenient for environmental health, but they're right next door. They have a conference room they can still use, because Tracy doesn't really need a conference room. And for that matter, they had to, they could use some storage there. I think that from a security standpoint, the treasurer and the not only security, but the confidentiality of what they're working with, having that right out there on the front counter, that's not good. Yes, it'd be great to have a a secure door. And we could probably get a secure door put in for environmental health into that office. There's the plans, and I think I showed them around, that both Ashley agreed to and Tracy agreed to in moving it. So it's not a square footage issue, it's a layout issue. Square footage is okay in the treasurer's office for environmental health. It's a secure issue. And the fact that there's two offices in your office, Tracy?
That are usable, yes.
2 usable offices, and then there's some open bullpen areas. One of the employees at Environmental Health is a part-time employee. It was really 3.5. I mean, I don't know what the hours are working, but it's not a full-time employee. So who knows how long, and I don't think there's any plans for us to add a full-time employee in that department.
Now, that addresses elbow room, but it doesn't address the storage space that Ashley was talking about.
Square footage wise, she came up with a plan where it worked, and the cost to redo all that was excessive.
Right, excessive. We can put up with a little bit of inconvenience before we spend $250,000.
Absolutely, but where does the storage go?
Yes, short term.
Where do the records and the storage go?
And I would suspect there's room to put them there because there was room in the plan that was developed up here.
Well, I don't want to vote on something we almost suspect is going to work.
It's not going to be convenient. I'm not saying that it's not necessarily, it's not going to be ideal for the treasurer either. It'd be ideal if we spend $250 million, but I'm not favorable. Especially when environmental health, I think should probably be 550 over here.
And the largest space down there is maintenance. That's the largest actual space there, but I don't know what it would take to.
Well, that has to be renovation. It's the renovation cost because we get into.
Probably the same thing there.
Right.
Can I
Remind
make
everybody,
a
there's
comment?
plenty of room out at the west annex, immediately available.
Well, I mean, if Ashley would rather move to the West Kerr Annex, I'm in favor of that. I'm not in favor of the treasury going out there because I don't think this works at all. But if Ashley would rather go to the West Kerr Annex,
I would like to visit that area first, just to see what the layout is before I decide to say yes or no to that. I haven't been out there except to go vote, so I wouldn't know what.
So why don't we pass on this?
Since we don't have a clear plan, why don't we just table this, take it up to the next meeting, and y'all come back with a plan? Okay?
Can I just make one
PDO
comment,
office
please?
as well.
Sure.
But the problem with PDO office, we don't know when it's gonna be available.
Yeah,
PDO office can be available when we want it to be
Yeah, with the land
There
there.
you go.
yeah.
available. And we have no lease,
Okay.
and they refuse to sign a lease.
We get them both.
We're just trying to
Judge.
cooperate with them.
Judge, sorry, in the grant request for the Hill Country Regional Public Defender's Office, they do state a line in there that says they will remain on the second floor of the Kerr County Office Building at 550 Earl Garrett. So it looks like from looking at the grant that starts October the 1st, that their plan is to move out of the bottom floor.
And that's been what the discussions have been. We understand.
So
But we're trying to cooperate with them, throw people out.
can we just change the timeline?
Give them notice and.
Let's come back with a plan. If we can do that in 2 weeks, if we can come back in a month, whatever it is, but let's come back with a plan.
Okay, so is that 2 options or 3 options? What are the options? What are we looking at as the best option? Is it to wait to defer this till October? Is it to look at West Kerr Annex? Is it to look at something different downstairs? What are we talking about here?
What
are
we're
the
talking
options?
about, in my opinion, is we've got 2 departments. We've got a department and an office, an elected office. That need to work out a workable plan of how we're going to be able to accommodate their respective needs and coordinate that with the liaison commissioner and Commissioner Letts, who has overseen this for 20-something years. I come back with a plan. Whatever their recommendation is, they can tell us what the options are.
right. But at some point, if they can't agree, which they haven't up to now.
That's what's precipitated.
That's why I'm
That's why it's
trying
on
to
the
narrow it
agenda.
down.
That's why it's on the agenda.
Right.
And it'd be great if they could, and the West Kerr Annex, I had not looked at that as an option. I think that is
Not laid out right.
I mean, if Ashley would prefer that, I'm fine with it, but it goes contrary to a whole lot of things she's told me in the past.
Well, I'll say what I used to say to my kids. If I settle the argument, nobody's going to be happy.
And that's pretty much where we are.
That's where we are.
Yeah.
It's to that point.
I know Tracy has something to add, but let me just say something real quick to Ashley. Why don't you and I and maybe somebody from the sheriff's department go out there and look sometime next week or this week?
Yeah, that'd be
Okay.
great.
Tracy?
I just wanted to kind of piggyback on Ashley's excellent presentation. She had some great points, but I could actually take her presentation and insert treasurer's office and HIPAA and payroll and security and money, and it would apply to me as well. So I want to thank Commissioner Letts for pointing that out just a few minutes ago as well about just the security issues and processing payroll on the front counter.
We're not, y'all all making good points, we understand this.
Yeah.
And your officers are doing great jobs. And we're sorry to be in this dilemma, but this is the dilemma that we face. And that's why we need you to cooperate as best you can, see if y'all can come back with a joint plan that we can approve. If you can't, then as Harvey says, you're not gonna like the decision you make.
And I've heard directly from both, I've sat with both, and I think they have kind of about an equal play.
Sure.
I understand.
And it's gonna be an inconvenience to one of them. I'm torn with making that call.
Yeah.
But I do think that
$250,000 would be a lot
If
more.
we can look at the other options, and if you get comfortable with one over the other, then great. That potentially is an easier solution, and ideally it only requires one move.
Well, it's taken up a lot of time to make.
Yeah, I know.
Let's go back to the-
Let's face it.
Moving on to item 1.4, consider discussion to take appropriate action to accept donations totaling $60 for the month of May 2023 to be added to the operating expense Reagan Gibbons.
I thought I'd go a little quicker.
Good morning. Do we get some?
This is our standard monthly deposits
I've already got a motion to
or
approve.
donations.
Second.
I'm sorry.
And a second. All in favor? Aye. Sorry, Reagan. We got it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. 1.5, consider discussion to take appropriate action to authorize the enterprise fleet to order 2 new 2024 Dodge Ram pickups prior to budgeting requests that will be submitted. Reagan Gibbons.
Okay, and I know this is kind of putting the cart before the horse here a little bit. I am coming to you guys with a budget request that I've already put in, but that we'll talk about through the workshops about 2 new vehicles. I believe last year I might have heard somebody in here kind of trying to do this same type of thing. Basically ordering vehicles before it's been approved through the budget process for next year. If you guys don't approve through the budget process, we can cancel the order. But what I'm trying to do here is when they have window of opportunity for taking these orders, go ahead and get that ball rolling so that we're not trying to do this in October and then having a possible up to a year wait. So, like I say, if you approve for me to go ahead and order these vehicles, if at any point we get to where it's like we're not going to do that, we can cancel. There's no kind of penalty associated with it.
We did that last year with the same type deal because we knew we could cancel it. But it's getting the ball rolling ahead of time.
I'm in favor.
It's unorthodox,
I know it is.
but practical.
But with the problem with these vehicles, I'm a motion to authorize. Take it again this year.
We've got a motion and a second to authorize the ordering of 2 Dodge Ram pickups for the Animal Services Department. Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Unanimous. Item 1.6, consider and discuss and take appropriate action to approve the service agreement between the Department of Information Resources, Communications Technology Services Division and the Kerr County Sheriff's Office.
Yes, Court, I'm looking for y'all's approval to be able to set up a DIR account. The reason for this account is for us to hopefully get better pricing than from commercial businesses. Just so y'all know, this line, we're needing a fiber optic line from the Sheriff's Office to the Corps in San Antonio. You know, we're still looking at being live in June, but you know, that process starts right now. So I'm just looking for y'all's approval to be able to apply and set up an account. You know, it won't cost anything to do that.
What's the purpose of this?
So that way maybe we can get DIR pricing, which, you know, better than the public. You know, it's kind of like the AT&T phone contracts where, you know, we get a set price. But we can't get that pricing until we apply and set up the account.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approving the application for the, I'm going to call it DIR-CTS.
Yes, sir.
We abbreviate the acronym for it.
Yes, sir.
Any other discussion?
Yes, would you tell everybody what that means, Larry?
DIRO, Department of Information Resources, Communications Technology Service. It's a mouthful.
Meaning though, what?
Like I said, this is for us to be able to get
It's useful for what?
to get better pricing for our fiber optic line.
And what do you use the fiber optic line between here and San Antonio?
Yes, that will make our new radio system work. So how we function, it's based on fiber optic line.
That's what I'm trying to say.
There you go.
Okay.
Thank you, Art.
Add batteries.
Bad, bad.
Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
Thanks.
Item 1.7, consider discuss and take appropriate action to authorize the county judge to accept grant funding for FY 2022 Operation Stone Garden. This is the project in Suffolk County. Scott Gage.
Morning. Much like before, we applied for the court authorized for us to apply for the grant. Now it's been awarded. What we just need to do is have the court allow the judge to go into e-grants and accept the award for $44,197, which will be used for.
Got a motion?
Second.
And a second to approve the Stone Garden, Operation Stone Garden grant funding project. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Item 1.8, consider discuss and take appropriate action to review membership of Kerr County Animal Services Advisory Committee and make appointments as may be needed.
I put this on the agenda because the, part of our agreement that we used to have with the city was that they had a representative on the Kerr County Animal Control Services. And that committee's been very helpful. I think it's really improved communications from our department and the public. And one of the leaders of that committee has been Karen Guerrero, and she happens to be the city representative. So my recommendation would be, I make a motion that we appoint Karen Guerrero to that committee.
I'll second that. Any discussion?
Who else is on the committee? Let me ask that.
Phyllis, Russ Freeman and Fritz, and Dr. Goodnight from Kerr Veterinary Hospital.
Freeman Fritz representative.
Freeman Fritz, Karen, myself, Reagan, and Dr. Goodnight. Those five. So and it works out. They all attend. The meetings are well attended. They're posted, public meetings. We allow public participation just because it's very productive.
I can truthfully say that I've been to the meetings. They are very actively participating in this process, and they do very worthwhile work. And Karen has been an integral part of that process.
But
Nothing against Karen. No. She does a great job, and I'm okay to appoint Karen. I just want to be clear that the interlocal agreement is defunct, no longer in place, and that she's not a representative of the city council.
right, and that's why
She's just herself.
we're just appointing her as a county
PA,
representative.
and that's
Yeah,
fine.
as a county representative.
Okay,
She's not a city representative.
want to be clear on
Well, actually, I consider her to be the representative for KPA, which is another stakeholder.
Sure. Yeah.
Right.
So, and that's Turtle's Pets Alive.
Right.
Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Item 1.9. Consider discussion and take appropriate action to approve documents related to the new animal control facility, the Texas Antiquity Permit application, and the government agency curation agreement. It has me down here, but really, you know more about that than I do, Mr. Lester. We have to do certain things, and we have to pay for the permits to do it, and this is what we have to do in order to be able to get the animal services facility approved.
That's basically it. It's because we're government, we get to do a lot of things that the public doesn't have to do, and all kinds of environmental EPA tests and antiquity studies and things of that nature on the entire property. It raised a flag with the Texas Antiquities community in Austin, primarily because it's right next to a very old historic cemetery and a VA cemetery. And because of that proximity, that actually border both those cemeteries, especially from an antiquity standpoint, the Brown Cemetery.
Joshua Brown.
Where Joshua Brown is in town in Kerr County.
Kind of important.
Kind of an important person. And the concern is that the boundary of that, the fence is actually where the boundary of the graves are. There's no graves onto our property. And it's been verified that. And also they look for the historic artifacts. So anyway, something that's required as part of it, I'll make a motion that we approve and authorize the county judge to sign.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve making these applications, buying these permits. That is we've got the VA cemetery now. While we're talking about Joshua Brown, we certainly don't want to disrespect the county families of the county. But at the same time, we need to respect that if we've got some fallen heroes out there, we need to make sure that they're properly respected. And that's what the veterans say. So I see this as a no-brainer.
I'm happy to do it as well, just particularly from the standpoint, we need to know before we put that property up for sale, because I hope that's what we do with it after the new animal control.
So this is the new facility.
Oh, it's for the new one?
Yes,
I
yeah.
misunderstood. Okay, well then, yeah,
We've got
all the more important.
And we have to do some that. Well, there will be some others that come up
Got it.
with other engineering firms that specialize in Endangered Species Act.
Somewhere at the 16 acres.
Yeah, no, on the 16 acres.
I got you.
And we've already talked to some of the Brown family members and historical people, as well as the VA people, that we're going to build a privacy fence of some sort, be able to respect, so they're not looking into what we're doing in county business, but we need to make sure that we put the fence in the right place, and we don't put the fence on top of something that needs to be on.
Thanks for that clarification.
With that, those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break and we'll come back and we have 10 o'clock items.
Yeah.
Give everybody a chance to get back in their seats.
Yeah, I was slow. I know quite a few people from precinct 4 here.
Court is now back in session. Next item on the agenda is 10 o'clock timed item 1.10, which is a public hearing regarding the installation of no parking signs on Kelly Street at FM 480 just west of FM 480. That's going to be Ms. Hoffer.
Public hearing.
Oh, it's a public hearing. I'm bringing you on in.
Yep.
So this is a public hearing. I've convened a public hearing. If there's anyone here that would like to address the court on this topic, this is the time. And I've got one person that signed up to speak, Mr. Graham. I don't know if you want to speak on 10 or you wanted to wait till we have to get to the action item on 11.
11's fine.
Okay? So no one else wanting to speak to the court, we adjourn to the public meeting. We'll move on to item 1.11, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the Commissioners Court approval regarding the installation of no parking signs on Kelly Street at FM 480. Ms. Hoffman.
Yes, Commissioner Paces made a request to Road and Bridge for no parking signs to be installed on Kelly Street, just west of FM 480. There is a business at this location that fronts FM 480 that has made traveling on Kelly Street at this location challenging because of how narrow it is and that the cars park on both sides of the road. At this location, the Centerpoint VFD uses Kelly Street to do emergency services. We have included a map from the engineering office for location of signs. Commissioner Paces met with the Sheriff's Department, Engineering, and Road and Bridge to discuss the options on Thursday, April 27th, 2023. At this time, I ask the Commissioners Court for their final approval regarding the installation of no parking signs on Kelly Street, just west of FM 480, and that's in Precinct 2.
I make a motion that we approve the installation of no parking signs on Kelly Street in the right of way near FM 480.
Second. I've got a motion and a second to approve the proposal of placing no parking signs on Kelly Street at FM 480. Any discussion?
Yes. Just a little bit of background.
Yes, please.
You know, I received numerous complaints from residents who live on Kelly Street because, look, Centerpoint's growing, and it's great that we've got general commissary and other businesses that are serving the public. And parking is a problem in Centerpoint. So while I encourage the business, and I'm so happy to see it, we still have to protect the safety and welfare of the public. And having cars parked on both sides of the road, and particularly what's already a very narrow road, and they're already in a right-of-way, which that's a TxDOT violation to park in their right-of-way. And you get, at some points in time, it becomes a one-lane road. And for people who live on Kelly Street, it's a real problem. It's also a problem for the fire department because occasionally, if there's a problem on Skyline Drive, which is our primary egress and ingress, we have to use Kelly Street. And you cannot get a fire truck down that street when cars are on both sides. And so that's what was driving all this. And, I made a motion to do it.
May I address the court?
Yes, sir. Please identify yourself.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Commissioners and Judge Kelly. Thank you. My name is Justin W. Graham. I live at 542 Kelly Street in Centerpoint, Texas. Have so for over the last 10 years. And I'm also a co-partial owner of the business at 227 County Road 480 at the intersection. And while I understand the concern here, it is viable as new businesses form in the community. It is very tight in parking. Charles, would you please display that image? What I'm looking at, guys, the court is really, here's some measurements if we get it up there on the intersection. And I'm here to seek a compromise with the proposed, yeah, there we go. I'm looking for a compromise here. I spoke to the landowners and understand that there is a potential there. There's 35 foot of space between the buildings. Now on the south side of the street, you have about 4.5 feet before you get
stop sign infrastructure and the K-pub infrastructure that exists, but here on the north side, every parking space matters to us in Center Point. There's 2 businesses that sprung up there last year, and there's a 3rd on the way. And so, as small business owners in Kerr County, we need every parking space that we can get. And so I would like to just propose that we take a closer look at this before we blanket anything quickly, and realize that there is about 10 foot of compact car parking space that can be added there, that we can let rest. And according to the business owner, the landowner, he's fine with that. In Center Point itself, our biggest concerns as far as public safety, in essential, that still leaves 20 foot for a trailer vehicle or a Ford F-350 with a trailer on it to navigate through there, whether they're coming in or coming out, whether they're headed north or south. And I think 20 foot is ample for our neighbors there in Center Point for a fire truck to exit, should they need to. Now, in the 10 years I've lived there, primarily they exit Skyline, which has ample space. And in fact, that's their quickest route. The corner of my street on Kelly, where my entrance and my home is, and my neighbor to the east and to the southeast, is a tight turn anyway. And it's a difficult place to take Kelly. But I do understand the 0.03% of the time that there might be something blocking Skyline. Where our greatest concerns rather, and we invite Mr. Paces and Mrs. Hoffer to join us, is on the ground, and it has to do with speed and traffic violations on 480 during times of business, during times when there's pedestrian crossing, during times when there's elderly or handicapped getting out of the businesses there that have arrived in Center Point, whether it's on the north side or the south side of that block, of very fast 40 mile an hour into 30 coming up out of a blind river bridge straight into downtown, or headed north. And that's a little drag race strip right through there if you lived in Center Point or drive through there from that chicane turn where we recently had a vehicle coming through there too fast and he rolled over and took out infrastructure. It's a dangerous little curve, and so there really needs to be a strong look at lowering some speed limits there, or just enforcing the current speed limits, maybe trim the trees so people can see the signs. I do know that headed north there's a little bit of that. And I can do that just driving by it one of these days. I got some bloppers in the back of my truck. But anyhow, that's where I'd like to see it. Rather just a good look at this instead of a action taken today, is to take a look at that, because it's going to matter to us. It is a small town, and we're small businesses. And so every parking spot that we can fight for, we need it. And we need a little bit more in regards of just how people drive through the downtown area. So that's about all I have, gentlemen. I think
You covered it.
Is
Just
that good?
enforcement,
All right.
Super important.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
You bet. Hey, thanks for the comments. Just make a couple points. In terms of the speed limit on 480, I absolutely agree. And both the speed limit coming up the bridge, when it turns into 30, I'd like to see that bridge be 30 mile an hour the whole way from 27.
Agreed.
Requests have been made to TxDOT.
It's a TxDOT.
It is not a county matter. It's totally up to TxDOT, and I continue to follow up with TxDOT to try to convince them to lower the speed limit there, and also to lower the speed limit as you make that turn. I agree that's also very unsafe.
Well, you and I are working together.
I'm on it, but again, that's a TxDOT issue. Now, what you're asking for in the parking is actually also a TxDOT issue, because you are in their right of way with that 10-foot zone. Right up to the corner, and already it's illegal to park there. So you would have to get an exception from TxDOT to actually do that.
Well, shouldn't the court work with me on that to do that?
It's a farm to ranch road.
Wouldn't that be
Kelly's
something?
not. Yeah, but
Can you
it's
go back to that picture?
along 480. They're right to go.
That would mean everything along
Can you
there.
pull that picture back up?
Yeah, and then let's show them the second one right after,
That's right.
if that's okay,
We can't
Mr.
put a
Charles.
stop sign on a text sign right away. Anyway. We don't have authority to put a stop sign on a text sign right away.
Well, I can tell you,
Is that, Kelly, is that within theirs or not? Maybe I misstated.
I'd have to really look at it. It might be in line with the buildings, might be where the text dot right away ends.
So this is also, gentlemen, a residential, there's it's there's residences here. If you would pull this up and you can get a good look, so there you have one compact vehicle that's snugged up there. And you can.
That's looking east?
That is looking east, yes, sir, and that car is on the north side of Kelly Street there, and then the K-Pub infrastructure is there, so it's logical, yes, and we have crowded the street there. Folks have come in, and you can imagine that there's 4.5 foot from the building on the south side to the K-Pub infrastructure. And so a vehicle parking there that takes up the width of 7.5 feet puts them, yes, out there, and that's a log jam. And I do understand the fire department's request, because it does need to be clear for emergency vehicles, ambulances,
Mr. Graham, let me
Yes, sir.
clarify so everybody understands what we're looking at here. This is on Kelly Street looking east, and the building on the left where the vehicle is parked is the north side of the street, and the narrow strip on the other side is the south side of the street. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And I'm looking, Ms. Hoffer, we know that 480 is a Texas highway, TxDOT highway. How far up Kelly Street does TxDOT have authority? Or do they have authority at all?
According to the map I've got, the text dot right away is in line with the front of those buildings that front FM 480.
That's what I thought. And so what we're talking about, whether it's on the north side or the south side of the street, Mr. Graham.
Yes, sir.
That's a county jurisdiction.
Yes, sir.
Not a Texas jurisdiction, not a state. And so what the proposal is on the south side of the street, am I right, Ms. Hopper?
And north.
for both sides.
And
Both sides.
north? But no parking signs
Yes.
on both sides?
I would be,
And there was a no parking sign way back, but I mean, you can see the post and the sign, but you can't read it.
I'd be in favor of.
We also couldn't find a court order for it either.
As the first step is to put them on the south side and leave them off on the north side for the time being. And then if it continues to be a problem, we can always add them on the north side.
Right.
And I'm
Thank you,
looking at
Mr.
homeowners.
That's the compromise.
Basically what y'all,
Yes, that's exactly.
Yes.
okay.
Yes, sir.
That's a good compromise, because the south side also has the road and bridge
Right.
office there, and they've got to get equipment out 3 o'clock in the morning in bad storms and whatnot. Can't have vehicles in the way.
And generally, our business hours only last till about 9 p.m. And that's just a limited week, Wednesdays through Saturdays. In fact, it would close at 6 or 7 on Wednesday, Thursdays. So it does make an impact.
I think we understand. Ms. Hopper, what's your input on that vote?
That would be fine with me. I mean, I wouldn't have a problem.
So if we started, we'd put no parking signs on the south side from here.
Where
on
that
the south side of the
utility
street.
pole's on that side,
And let's see
yes.
how that works out.
Yeah, I don't bother me a bit.
Okay.
I'm willing to go along with it, but I'm nervous because, I mean, just look at that vehicle right there in the photo. That door opens at the wrong time. Somebody's trying to get out of that car.
That's true.
I will say this, Commissioner Paces, I will say this in regards to that comment, is that the folks that are turning in on Kelly Street aren't going as fast as they are when they come out of the river bottom. Nor are they coming down that little straightaway when they hit downtown from the south. And in fact, we know just nearly everyone that lives on this side, the west side of the street, been there a little while, and they're all professional drivers from what I can tell, and conscientious.
I mean, Centerpoint has, everyone acknowledges a huge traffic problem.
That's correct. That's correct. Yes, sir.
On the agenda.
We could always up it.
All right, well, I'm willing to make that compromise for now.
Is that a motion?
And you accept the amendment. So now we
Judge?
have
I would like to add some confusion Where that car's parked, there is an existing no parking sign that's very faded, and we were anticipating if both sides got taken care of, that sign would be replaced with something new that people could read. We would like for it to be in the record that we're going to remove the existing sign that's on the north side. There's no court order behind it. We don't know if it's a public, if someone just put that up on their own, or we don't know. We don't have any record of it. But if we don't remove it, then someone's going to be back later going, well, what is this?
Correct.
Good.
We just want to make sure that will be removed.
So the motion is amended to include removing the old faded no parking sign on the north side of the street.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so we all understand what
And
we're
to make
voting
it
on?
no parking from 480 all the way down past
County yard.
the county yard.
Good.
Okay. Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Good compromise. Next time item on the agenda is 1.12, discussion regarding traffic safety concerns and setback variance 1605 Hunt Ridge LLC project located at the intersection of State Highway 39 and Farm to Market Road 1340 in Hunt, Texas. Hello.
Good morning, Judge Kelly, Commissioners. My name is Mike Lowe. I am better known as Laurie's husband. I live at 1767 Highway 39 in beautiful downtown Hunt in precinct 405. I had a career in commercial general construction in and around Kerr County for 25 years. I am a citizen of Hunt who has concerns about the real estate development at the intersection of Highway 39 and Highway 1340, or 1605 Highway 39. Our group of citizens is here to present information to the court and hope that you will find it useful as you consider this development. We are here as friends of the court. We are here not to confront or to accuse. Our presentation today comes from two important directions. Both are concerns that are important to the citizens of Hunt. The first of those concerns is from a traffic safety standpoint. We have retained the services of an expert witness, Mr. John Navarez. John will speak about line of sight issues that exist on that stretch of Highway 39 and other issues, traffic issues on the site. The second concern that Hunt citizens have is from a process standpoint. Mr. Richard Mosty will be presenting in agenda item 1.14. The people of Hunt have questions about what they see at that development. They're common sense questions. One might be, why is the developer working on the site without an approved plat with the county? In my career, never once did we turn a shovel until we had approvals from all regulatory agencies and a notice to proceed from the owner. But yet we have a completed septic system on the property now. Another example of the questions Hunt residences have is concerning the setback variance. The subdivision rules say that you cannot grant a variance based solely on economic hardship. Yet that is exactly what the developer uses as his basis for a variance. Paragraph 6.09.d tells us that financial hardship standing alone shall not be deemed to constitute an undue hardship or special circumstance to support a variance. In the application for variance, the developer is asked the following: please state all reasons to support your variance request, as well as the specific relief that you request from the county. The developer's response was, and I quote, "A 50-foot setback makes the property undevelopable." Undevelopable is a cost to construct term that means too costly. This alone is enough to reject the variance requested. In my 35 years of development and construction, I have never seen a setback variance granted for economic reasons alone. Back to the presentation. John Navarez will present first. John Dunn, owner of the Hunt Store, will have a brief list of citizens' concerns. Last will be Linda Tarrant, a business owner and longtime resident in Hunt. She too will be presenting a brief list of concerns. Continuing with our presentation, Mr. John Navarez.
Thank you all, and good afternoon. As Mike mentioned, my name is John Navarez. I was retained by some residents here in Hunt to look at from a safety standpoint, at the intersection of State Highway 39 and FM 1340, do a kind of a safety review. I do own a small engineering firm, Entheos Engineering, that is located in Bastrop, Texas. Maybe that's why I'm here. But anyway, so I wanted to briefly go over some of my experience with TxDOT. I'm a retired TxDOT engineer. I was with TxDOT for 30 years. The last 7 years of my employment was in the traffic office. I was the Austin District Traffic Engineer, responsible for 11 counties, everything traffic related in 11 counties. One of the biggest responsibilities in my office was traffic safety. And so I'm very familiar with traffic safety. Our office, I was the co-chair of our district traffic safety team. This is a team that we would evaluate all traffic fatalities that occurred in our district. We'd actually go and look at those, evaluate those, and look for some type of safety concerns or safety implementations that we can put out to the roadway. We looked at an average of 200 traffic fatalities a year. So I'm very familiar with looking at, unfortunately, traffic fatalities and safety for that. The other thing we did, my office was responsible for our driveway permits. So I'm very familiar with driveway permits. The driveway permits that we would receive were permits that would come from the TxDOT area office and maintenance offices. They would also approve driveway permits, but we received the most difficult ones. We received the ones that are a little bit more challenging, so needed maybe a little bit more engineering to that. So I'm very familiar also with that approval process for driveway permits and design criteria that's involved in approving these permits. And the last piece of information on my experience that I think is applicable to this is I was also on the design committee for TxDOT for the Austin District. We looked at all design variances, design exceptions, came to our office, I was one of 4. And so I was looking at the safety and mobility of these design exceptions. I looked at projects that were $100 million, $200 million projects, design build projects, toll road projects, and everything from that to bridge construction, intersection construction. The point is, anytime there was a design exception submitted, my office, we looked at them, and I was had to provide my expertise. Sometimes when looking at design exceptions, you may solve one problem, but then you may create another. So that's why it's important to look at everything. We would look at constructability. We would look at mobility. We looked at everything involved with the approval of these design exceptions. So this, I only bring that up and I apologize because I think that's applicable to what we're going to be discussing today. So let's go ahead and get started with the PowerPoint presentation. As mentioned, I was asked on behalf of the Hunt residents to look at the safety review for State Highway 39 and FM 1340. This is a table of contents, some of the things we're going to be looking at. We'll start off with the location map. So just to bring everybody up to speed where we're at, my pointer doesn't work, but we have SH 39, I guess going maybe east to west. Average daily traffic on that roadway is 3,086 vehicles a day. This is a 2021 count, so it's not the most current, but it was the most current according to our TxDOT statewide planning map. This is where these numbers came from. The 2041 average daily traffic was 4,320 vehicles on State Highway 39. We had a 24-hour truck traffic of 6.7% vehicles, truck traffic. So approximately 6.7% of the 3,086 average daily traffic were estimated to be trucks. So I don't know, that's about 180, maybe just under 200 trucks a day back on 2021. So State Highway 39 is a 2-lane. I went out and measured the lanes. They're 12-foot lanes, one in each direction, 3-foot shoulders on both sides. If we look at FM 1340, jumping over to, this is a T intersection, 2021 average daily traffic 1,653, 2041 average daily traffic 2,314, the 24-hour truck traffic about 9.3%, almost 10, not quite 10%. So there again, you're looking at probably about 150 large vehicles or trucks going through that intersection off of FM 1340. The development location is right at the T intersection. This is the one we're looking at. Now, usually when I have a location map, I would provide the site plan. I would provide some type of site plan at that intersection so everybody could see how that affects along with driveway locations. Unfortunately, I was not able to.
Quick question.
Yes.
On your number before you get too far.
Yes.
Does it look, the numbers on 1340, they are all already in the Highway 39 numbers, or is 39 numbers taken up Highway 39, so they're not double dipping?
No, that's a great question. They're separate. They're separate. They're separate
39
numbers.
is up.
39, I don't know exactly where that is taken, but the intent for State Highway 39 is for the traffic numbers for State Highway 39.
Those traffic numbers on 39 are taken right in front of my house.
And
so the traffic on in front of your house, Judge, includes those that are going to go up 1340.
No, not necessarily.
Well, or 39. They go one or the other.
Yeah.
I think you had them together.
There may be some traffic that comes off of 39 and goes up FM 1340. I mean, there's, but.
Before we get away from the subject, I better.
Yes,
that's my wife's house.
I just want to make sure I understand it, because I mean,
yes, sir.
If you compare apples to apples, it seems that 39 should have been traffic counted up by the post office.
Yeah. So we're.
I mean, it's still a lot of traffic.
Right. I mean, and this is industry standard. This is what we use in TxDOT. So whenever we're designing our projects, we go by this format. So I'm just going off of what I'm used to.
While you're interrupted, let me ask a question.
Yes, sir.
And what are you calling trucks?
Trucks are anything larger than a passenger vehicle.
Okay.
Passenger vehicle. I mean, your 18-wheelers or your box trucks. Those are the larger vehicles. The development location. The big thing about the development location, I could not identify. I couldn't find a site plan. I don't know. I looked. And so that was one of the things that was really a little bit troubling to me, because when I do these safety reviews, I want to have a site plan so when I'm given information, I want it to be the most accurate. But I was not able to identify or find a site plan, so I just letting you know on that. So let's talk a little bit about the variance that was approved. I was given some information on the site, and one of the documents that I received was a variance document. So just a little bit of a timeline. Variance was received by Kerr County 4/28/23, approved by here the meeting minutes on. I looked at the meeting minutes 4/28/23. That's fine. The developer was seeking a variance to reduce the setback from 50 foot to 25 foot. I went up to the side just to look, and I can see there's like a big drop off, and I can see why the developer would be requesting that. So, the question, and also on the document, which Mike had mentioned earlier that I picked up on as well, was the reason for approval was because the current 50-foot setback would make property undevelopable. And so, okay. And then my question again, was a site plan evaluated prior to the approval of the variance? I couldn't find a site plan. So for me, my experience, and I'm going back on my engineering experience, anytime there's a design exception or something, I'm used to seeing the design, because I don't want to approve something and create a bigger problem down the line. Because approving, if you approve this, how do you know how that affects the safety? How do you know how that affects other aspects if you don't have a complete picture of what's being looked at? So that was one of the things. And what I found through my experience is that usually constructability and cost of project kind of goes against safety and mobility. It's always, if there's a constructability issue, you can fix that, but then maybe your safety or mobility suffers a little bit. So as we go through this, I'm going to point out some of the areas where this may be the case. Okay, let's talk about stopping site distance and site distance in general. I know this is probably a refresher for a lot of you. It's pretty straightforward. Site distance is the distance, the length of the roadway ahead that is visible to the driver. Is your sight distance. You look out ahead, that's your sight distance. But let's talk about stopping sight distance. What is stopping sight distance?
Mr. Mark, let me stop, because we're running out of time.
Okay.
This is supposed to be 5 minutes first, and you're well past that.
I'm sorry.
And our county clerk had to leave, and I'm pretty sure you didn't know, you're the one that's supposed to time these talks.
That was not made apparent to me, but I will.
I didn't think so.
I will.
But obviously, here we are. Okay. We're very familiar with your credentials.
Okay.
You're no stranger to this court. We've looked at your work in other subdivisions here in the county. And I'm satisfied that you have sufficient expertise to advise us on this.
Okay.
I hear the deficiencies that you outlined in the fact that you did not see a site plan and there's this undevelopability issue. If you could hit the highlights for us.
Okay, absolutely.
We can get to this.
Yes, Judge. And I apologize.
The question that I had is if you can focus on this. This is a state highway, and you certainly have experience and understand that this is a state highway. Does not TxDOT have to approve that driveway permit?
They do.
For any location, for anything?
They do.
So this is a TxDOT issue. It's
Well,
not a county issue.
It's partly. And I'm going to show you why here. Why it could be also because the county has a role in it as well. But
TxDOT, in my mind, I don't argue, but TxDOT has never come to this court to ask us anything other than long-term planning. They don't come to.
Maybe he can show us how to change that.
Yeah. If you just give me 5 more minutes, this is really the big thing right here. The sight distance, and when you look at sight distance, there's 2 things that are involved with stopping sight distance. You have brake reaction distance. That's the distance that it takes when you go from your accelerator to your brake. You could be traveling a certain speed. You see a deer come out, and when you go from your accelerator to your brake, based on how fast you're going, you travel a certain distance. When you actually apply the brake and you come to a stop, that's your braking distance. So when you add those 2 together, that gives you your stopping sight distance. This is computed by a distance. The way you compute this is if you can imagine somebody sitting in a vehicle 3.5 foot high, your eyesight, and you're looking out at an object 2 foot high. That's your straight line distance that you are calculating for your stopping sight distance. The 3.5 foot is very important, and I'll get to why that is here in just a moment. Let's look at what we have on State Highway 39. The design speed or the posted speed is 35 miles an hour. You have 123 maybe, 123 foot, 123.6 feet of brake reaction distance. And that brake reaction distance, again, is just going from your accelerator to your brake. You're stopping, when you actually start applying the brakes, it's 117.6 feet. Your total stopping sight distance that we designed by is 250 feet. You need 250 feet, that's the requirement.
At 35 miles an hour.
At 35 miles an hour. So after speaking, I did call the TxDOT, the area office, TxDOT, and they do have a site plan. They have a site plan. I asked for it, they didn't give it to me, and that's okay, because he's doing his job. But what he told me is he's already done a stopping site distance study, and he has determined that they have 139 feet of stopping site distance. So when you look at the chart, you got 128.6 feet of just a reaction. Just you're not even applying the brake yet, and then you're just barely starting to apply the brake, and you're riding at 139 foot. So you have a significant issue with your stopping site distance. That's one thing, and I'll speed along here. Here's a picture of what you're looking at. If you look into the east, for your site distance, you have a large pole. You have the signs. That's all obstruction. That's something that will potentially block your site distance. Look at your truck. I mean, you see how, it's right on top of you. Your driveway is going to be right in that location. You don't have a lot of time to react. And that's if you're going 35 miles an hour. You may be going faster, you may be going slower, but that is at a speed of 35 miles an hour. The other thing, other safety factors, because of the retaining wall placement, supposedly there's a wall placement that's going to be out in front of the parking lots. And that wall, according to the area office, is 5 foot high or 6 foot high. Now, the sight distance we just talked about, remember, sitting in a vehicle is 3.5 foot. So your sight distance is being blocked by this retaining wall or this wall that's at the right-of-way line. So your sight distance is even more affected. So you have an issue with sight distance. The approval of the variance forced all of the construction up close to the TxDOT right-of-way. And so because of that, these walls, the parking lot, everything is a lot closer. And so that is going to hamper your sight distance. It also affects the size of your parking lot, because now your vehicles are going to have to turn around. They have to head out to go out onto the roadway. They can't back out because of the sight distance. So you have to have proper circulation and operation in your parking lot. Residents traveling west on 39, coming to the development off of State Highway 39, are going to be in trouble also, because turning left into the subdivision, there's a curve, and they may get hit from behind. You're going to have some rear end crashes, and not only that, but the reaction time for if somebody comes out of the driveway, you're going to have to stop, and you may get hit from behind. You don't have a place of refuge. You have a 2-lane roadway, 1 lane in each direction. You don't have a way to get around these vehicles wanting to turn left. The approval of the variance forced all the development to the front. So any opportunity to maybe purchase right-of-way in the future, to widen, to help with operations in that intersection, is hampered by this, because the cost it would take to relocate those walls, reconfigure the parking lot for that development is subject. So forcing everything to the front could have had an issue with that. Here's looking east along 39 on FM 1340. This is actually on the other side on 1349. You got a view of that. And one of the other things with the clear zone, I had thrown clear zone in there. You need to have a 10-foot clear zone that's measured from the edge of travel lane.
Mr. Navarro, let me.
Yes.
Just submit your report to us. We'll happily study.
Okay.
Okay. Is there anything else maybe that you need to tell us?
Last thing is, I would say that this report would require a traffic impact analysis. You should have a TIA done, and also a drainage study should be looked at for this, because of the safety issues involved, the mobility issues at the intersection. All of this leads itself to requiring a TIA, and so on. So
and a drainage study.
And a drainage. That's it. I do have. My last thing is I do have something for all of you, so you can study it, look at it. If you don't mind, I'd like to hand that off to you. Sure, if that's okay. John Dunn. I have a memo that I've put in here also that outlines everything that I discussed, everything that I have. Okay. Everything I discussed, everything that's up there, slides. If you have any questions, call me. I'll be happy to.
Are you from Bastrop?
I'm from Bastrop. So any questions, any comments, anything that doesn't make sense, call me. I'll be happy to, provide some free advice. Free advice.
Very thorough. Mr. Dunn.
Hello, my name is John Dunn. I'm owner operator of the Hunt Store, 1634 Highway 39 in Hunt, Texas. I'm here today as a friend of the court, fellow commissioners, Judge Kelly, Commissioner Harris. I'm here today, for better or worse, as owner and operator of the Hunt Store. I also wear a community center hat, and I get the opportunity to get a lot of input from the Hunt residents. What I'm here to do today is to share that feedback. Generally speaking, the concerns come in 4 areas. Number 1 being they just don't want development in Hunt no matter what. And certainly there are some of that, and we put them over here where I do. I respect that and understand it, but I can't really address it, and I don't think anybody here can.
We call that NIMBY.
Yes, thank you. And then another bucket, if you will, are the concerns over the process of making the decisions for the variance. Is it a neighborhood that requires to be under neighborhood guidelines? Is it what information was provided to the court to make those decisions? To me, those are rules and regulations that are defined by the court and the county. And y'all will look at that and y'all will come to the right decision. But it has to do with, was there a plat? Is there a site plan? I don't know, but I do know that y'all need those things to make the decisions. The folks of Hunt just would like to see and know what was available to the court. Okay. Number 3, environmental. So there's concerns with just the impact on the river with the septic system, the number of trees that would have to be taken out, and just the overall impact on the environment there along the river and in the gateway to Hunt. Once again, I think the state and the county have rules and regulations. If TCEQ has approved a septic system, we may not like it and we may have concerns with it, but we do have to depend on the state to make those decisions, and I think they will, and they'll do what's best. 4th, and the primary concern, biggest concern really is safety. And with the growth in Hunt, the demographics of Hunt, that particular intersection where we did just have a truck drive off the road and almost into the river, it is a very real concern. So those are the 4 buckets. I do believe that there's a lot of more discussion to be had on each of them. I'm not here to really argue those points. I just want to share that this is what I'm hearing from the residents of Hunt. Once the court makes their decision, I do welcome the opportunity to get y'all to Hunt, speak to the citizens, help them understand how y'all made the decisions and how it's good for Hunt. Okay, because in the end, if we do development in Hunt, it needs to be done in the right way. I can benefit from it. I need all the business I can get, so I'm not against it. But I do believe there's a lot that needs to be looked at for this particular development. So with that, thank you.
Thank you.
Linda Terran.
I'll take less time, I promise. My concern is setting a precedence for compact housing on property that is essentially right on the highway and not deep enough for conventional homes. The variance request was on a subdivision variance form, but I don't know that this is a subdivision or has been stated as such. My understanding is that there are 3 lots there, but this is not verified anywhere to my knowledge. If it is a subdivision, I think we were required to have a plat and a water availability study, no matter what water system you're hooking onto. Those were not done. The other problem I see is that Highway 39 is terrible about speeding. They are coming from the west at 50 miles an hour. Yeah. And they don't slow down. And, hence, when you have 3 buildings there, if that's what goes there, you have at least 3 cars coming and going all day long, or 6 cars. I don't know anybody except me that has only 1 car. I think that's a very scary thing for that area. I think it is problematic. And you're coming right out, and people are coming across the bridge. And this is just a dangerous place to be coming out onto a highway. I would like to see reconsideration of what's going to be put there. That's it.
What was your name, please?
Linda Tarrant. I'm sorry. I live on Highway 39 too. Not right near him.
Commissioners have any questions?
Right near him.
Clarify that.
Sir?
Do you have any questions for us or anything? Anybody? Thank you for listening to us. Thank you.
Let's move quickly on to the next topic, and I think we're still on the subject matter here. That is item 1.13, consider discussion take appropriate action to determine if the 1605 Cypress Landing condominium development located at 1605 State Highway 39 is a subdivision for which the landowner must prepare and file a plat in conformation with subdivision and manufactured home rental community regulations for Kerr County. Our county engineer, Charlie Hastings.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, somebody's got a red folder here to keep jumping out. We know who that belongs to? Okay, that's the auditor's. Make sure it doesn't fall any more Tanya. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
It's jumping on me. I have put together a letter to the developer that primarily I'm just going to read that letter. It was actually an email because I think it addresses a lot of the concerns. I heard some today that that I might be able to address aside from my letter that went to that. And I call it Exhibit C in my agenda bill. This is to the developer, Larry Howard. Larry, per our phone conversation today, purpose of which was a follow-up on the status of your proposed condominium project referenced below. Our regulations address condominiums, as I noted on March 28, 2023. However, I have not received a plat application. Please see the attached July 20th, 2004 Attorney General Opinion number GA-0223 concerning the relationship between Chapter 232 of the Local Government Code and Chapter 82 of the Property Code, also known as the Uniform Condominium Act. You indicated to me today that you have not intended to file a plat under Chapter 232, despite my email from March 28, 2023 below, and despite asking the court on May the 8th, 2023 for variances from the subdivision regulations concerning building setbacks and water availability studies, and that you recently filed with the county clerk your condominium project under Chapter 82. Filing a plat for condominiums in the unincorporated areas of Kerr County under certain circumstances has been a requirement out of the subdivision regulations for almost 40 years. Please note that this condominium is subject to Section 3.01 of the Subdivision and Manufactured Home Rental Community Regulations, and note the history of condominium requirements in Kerr County dating back to 1983. Section 1 of the Kerr County Subdivision Rules and Regulations dated December 19, 1983, Court Order number 15296. Condominium projects of more than 4 units shall be platted and filed and otherwise comply with the provisions of Vernon's Annotated Texas Statutes, Article 1301A. That's 4 or more. I realize he only has 3, but that was in 1983. Section 5.01G of the Kerr County Subdivision Rules and Regulations dated November the 26th, 2007, Court Order number 30630. 5.01G says, other developments, developments such as planned unit developments, cluster developments, and condominiums are subject to these regulations. Certain provisions contained herein may not be applicable and will be reviewed on an individual or case-by-case basis by the Kerr County Commissioners Court. It is noted that condominiums shall be subject to the Kerr County subdivision rules and regulations and the provisions set forth in the Uniform Condominium Act. Kerr County Commissioners Court shall take into consideration water availability, public welfare, public safety, environmental health, and all other authority to regulate subdivisions when reviewing and approving other developments. And bullet dot 3, section 3.01 of the Subdivision and Manufactured Home Rental Community Regulations for Kerr County, Texas, dated November 28, 2022, court order number 39679. So these are our brand new regulations that went into effect effective January 1, 2023. 3.01, plat required for division of land. 3.01A, division defined. Pursuant to section 232.001 of the Texas Local Government Code, the owner of a tract of land in Kerr County, Texas, located outside the limits of a municipality, must have a plat of the subdivision prepared and thereafter approved by the Commissioners Court if the owner divides the tract into 2 or more parts. So layout: 1, a subdivision of the tract, including in addition 2 lots, or 3 streets, alleys, squares, parks, or other parts of the tract intended to be dedicated to public use. That doesn't apply to us for this, or for the use of purchasers or owners of lots fronting on or adjacent to the streets, alleys, squares, parks, or other parts. That does. 3.01B, scope of division. A division of a tract of land, as described in this section, is a subdivision for purposes of the regulations. And includes any such division regardless of whether it is made 1, by the use of meets and bounds description in a deed of conveyance or in a contract for deed, by using a contract of sale or other executory contract to convey, or by using any other method, or 2, for the purpose of residential, business, commercial, industrial, or other development, residential or mixed-use development projects, including planned unit developments, cluster developments, apartment complexes, and condominiums, may be subject to these regulations pursuant to the correct application of the division of land concept described in this section 3.01. I continue in my email. The Office of the County Engineer administers the floodplain and subdivision regulations, and as such, we have received and processed the following items concerning the subject property. On November the 12th, 2021, a floodplain no-rise analysis submitted for removal and replacement of an existing cedar post retaining wall. There was no mention of condominiums in this application. On November the 18th, 2021, floodplain development permit application was received to, quote, reconstruct existing retaining wall, period, regrade within floodplain with no net fill material, period, end quote. Again, no mention of condos. On November the 23rd, 2021, floodplain development permit was issued for retaining wall only. No mention of condos. February the 15th, 2023, that was this year, a floodplain development permit application was received for installation of septic pump take and spray disposal area. Condominiums were mentioned in this application. One condo was shown to be slightly in the floodway, but through correspondence with the owner's agent, we are told those condos are approximate locations and probably be relocated and may just have piers in the floodway. The final condo will submit a floodplain permit application prior to construction, and that would require a no-rise evaluation if the piers are located there. On March the 10th, 2023, the owner's agent was notified the new subdivision regs may require a development plan for condos. On March 28, 2023, the owner's agent, the owner's legal counsel was notified by the county engineer that condominiums are subject to our rules, and by the county attorney also. The proposed project is subject to the Kerr County subdivision rules and regulations. On April the 6th, 2023, a water availability study was received from the owner's agent. The study is referenced, a study is referenced in section 5.08 of the Subdivision and Manufactured Housing Rental Community Regulations. and my office assumed we were receiving this because a plat application was forthcoming. We also assumed we were going to be getting a plat application because the week prior we made it very clear a plat is required. On April the 28th, 2023, my office received a variance application form, was received, and it was, quote, revised 50-foot setback from TxDOT State Highway 39 easement to 25-foot setback. Our regulations have a 50-foot building setback required by section 5.01E of the Subdivision and Manufactured Housing Rental Community Regulations. This was the reason it was being submitted, according to my office. That's what we were assuming. A plat application is forthcoming. And a requirement for an additional water availability study was also in the variance request. And groundwater sufficiency disclosure statements and certification referenced by section 5.08.3A of the Subdivision and Manufactured Housing Rental Community Regulations. I could only assume that's what this was for. And up to this point, my conversations I were having with the developer and his agent were that we are not going to subdivide this property. It's going to be one boundary. And when I go and check deed records, it shows that there are, in fact, 2 tracts that comprise this one boundary. That is on the books today. On May the 8th, and I believe Mr. Navarre's PowerPoint said that the variance request was received on April the 28th, and the variance was requested on April 20th. That's not true. I know that was a typo. It should have said May the 8th, 2023. On May the 8th, 2023, a variance application was submitted to Commissioner's Court for consideration, and the variance was granted by the court. On June the 6th, 2023, that was just last week, and this was pursuant to me finding out that there was a declaration of condominium filed. June 6, 2023, owner, owner's agent, and owner's legal counsel were notified by the county engineer that 1605 Cypress Landing, a condominium, is subject to section 3.01 of the Subdivision and Manufactured Home Rental Community Regulations for Kerr County, Texas. I conclude in my email, the Office of the County Engineer does not administer Chapter 82 of the Property Code, the Uniform Condominium Act, and therefore does not have a way to know if a condominium regime is being filed. However, this office has recently been subject to floodplain inquiries from individuals wanting to purchase lots, quote, lots and units in your condominium regime, which resulted in my phone conversation with you today, where you revealed that you filed a declaration of condominium regime for the subject property as follows. On May the 19th, 2023, a declaration of condominium regime was filed by Larry Howard as the authorized agent with the county clerk, file number 23-03052. And now I conclude my email. Since you have clearly moved forward with your condominium regime, please let me know at your earliest convenience how you wish to proceed with addressing section 3.01 of the subdivision regulations. A plat application form can be found in Exhibit S of the attached subdivision regulations. I plan to have an item on the next Commissioner's Court agenda to give them an update on the progress and ask for direction concerning the application of section 3.01 of the Subdivision and Manufactured Home Rental Community Regulations to your filed condominium regime. I hope this helps. And I signed it.
Summarize that.
To summarize this, Judge, what we have here is a condominium regime that I believe is subject to our subdivision regulations. I will state that I do not know if they're subject to the model subdivision regulations within our subdivision regulations. I'm not sure that we can make that determination today, but I think that the court can make the determination today that this plat is subject to our rules. As I read the AG opinion, it states that the court has the authority to determine if a plat should be filed in this situation. It doesn't say that you shall determine that. It says you have the authority to determine that. And I believe that's why in our subdivision regulations it has the word may. It may apply. I think it does. I think it's clear that it does. There's definitely a division of parts I have visited with his legal counsel last week on Friday. This will be the first condominium that I've ever done. 30 years of engineering, I've not done one. So it's not my cup of tea. I understand the condominiums are special. They're different. They have their own code, and they have every right to go file a regime. But if you read that code, it also says that they are subject to city and county regulations as well. And it's been well addressed by the Attorney General. So what I'm asking for the court to do here, and before I do that, I do want to address one more thing. On the variance procedure, going back over my notes this morning and went back over the variance request procedure. And I think that I'm part of the problem here. It says, a variance application and fee, request for subdivision variance. So if you're requesting a subdivision variance, regarding a variance sought from the county subdivision regulations, the variance request must be filed with the plat application as described in Appendix Exhibit S. I didn't ensure that that happened. So that's one of the reasons we're here today. But it was my understanding all along that it was going to happen. I never had a doubt that we would have a plat application at one time.
I understand.
Yeah.
But from where we are today, your recommendation is that we vacate the previous variance and
I think it has to be, sir.
in order that it be passed.
Yes, sir.
Got it.
Thank you.
Charlie, one clarification, if you would, please. You, in your statement, read off that on April 6th of 23, a water availability study was received from the owner's agent.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that was not available, at least to myself, during the Commissioners Court meeting on May 8th. But having received it afterward and been through it, I would like to be very clear, it is a water availability report. It is not compliant with 30 TAC 230.
Right.
Correct?
And I believe that was why the variance was requested.
There's a question on that point. Would we require it, if it's not model subdivision rules, is the tax format, is it required?
The differences that I see between our regular subdivision regulations that say you will do a water availability study in certain circumstances, and the model subdivision regulations that say you'll do a water availability study under certain circumstances, is that the model rules allow you to use allow you, if you're being provided water from a water provider, we have what's called Appendix M in our subdivision regulations, and you can turn that in. Our regular subdivision regulations don't. And because I was told this, everything that I received, if you look at the exhibits, it's always one piece of property, one piece of property, one piece of property, no division. And for the purposes of platting, I would anticipate they turn in a plat that would show it as one piece of property. Again, I'm going to need some help from the court and probably our outside legal and the county attorney in understanding condominiums and what this term limited common element and common elements, and whether or not that actually is the same definition of a lot. Our model rules say that they're only subject to your model rules if you create 2 or more lots. It doesn't say parts, it says lots. A regular subdivision regulations say, hey, if you're creating parts, you need to plat it. So the model rules are special, and they have some very specific requirements when they kick in. I can't stand here today and tell you whether it's subject to the model rules or not, but I can tell you they need to plat.
Chuck can.
Yep.
Right.
They need to plat.
But where we are right now is we don't need to really look at whether or not these apply, whether the model rules apply or not. We have it permissive for the county to require any condominium regime to file for final plat approval. Right?
Yes, sir.
The May is permissive, and that's what you're recommending that we do.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Can I ask our county attorney? Is it your opinion that the model subdivision rules?
I don't want to give you
apply?
legal advice in a public meeting. We can go into it.
I think you're going to have to take
Well,
advice in the executive
We've
session.
got it on the agenda in the executive session. Okay. Chuck Kimbrough to talk to us about it.
Because the problem here is if the model subdivision rules apply, no variances are allowed.
Correct. Now, we've got one person that wants to speak, Richard Mosting.
I'm Richard Moston, a Precinct 2 resident, I'm representing the Hunt Group. And I'm not going to rehash this. I think the court is on the right track. I commend Mr. Hastings for recognizing that an error was made, but he won't say it, but in his defense, I think he was given bits and pieces of information that was misleading.
Can I interrupt you just for a second? Not just him, all of us. I think we may have dropped the ball.
I think that's right, and you know, and when we make mistakes, we can either deny it and say I'm going to put up a wall, or we can correct our mistakes if they're correctable. And I think in this instance it is. This is a start from scratch, and just as you go, I think, and I think you're having an executive session maybe after this. I think that there are some questions that you probably already have written down, but I think you can, you'd ask Mr. Kimbrough and the county attorney. Number one is a plat required? I think that's a no-brainer. Yes. Then the second question, and not to be decided today, is once that plat is filed, then do the model subdivision rules apply, or do the subdivision rules clearly apply? Do the MSR rules apply? And then you get into the TAC 230 water availability study, which what you have does not comply with TAC 230. And as you pointed out, I don't think you need to ask again, but is it possible to even grant a variance from the model subdivision regulations? I think the answer you all know is you can't. And then the final thing is, and this is probably for all of us, when you do, I've heard some comments in the court about variances on a case-by-case basis. I think by definition, a variance, asking it is a special case. It is a case-by-case, and the court adopted Rule 6.09, which has a specific set of findings required before a variance is done. So if a variance is possible, and these are not under the model subdivision regulations, then and if a variance is requested, then I think the court needs to take a strong look at 6.09 and make sure that all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed as you do that. So this is, at least in this instance, it's an opportunity where the court does have an opportunity to correct a mistake. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Eager?
I have a question. What are the rules for Airbnbs in Verbo? Because if this is a condominium and there's so many camps and so many visitors coming in, what's to say that these condominium owners and or absentee owners can't open their condos to 25 people at a pop, which means there's going to be no parking there or not sufficient parking, and then the traffic situation is going to turn into a nightmare. So I don't have any idea about Airbnb or Verbo rules, but
county rules?
Yes, sir. Because wouldn't county rules apply? Airbnb rules apply to this particular property?
Counties have no authority, no ordinance authority.
Okay.
You only see that in incorporated areas.
Okay. Okay.
So we don't have rules.
Okay. Fair enough.
We're not permitted by law.
That's what y'all can incorporate.
If you've got something in mind for that application, we'll look at it.
Oh, I'm not doing that. I was just concerned about the property.
I don't want people to hear we don't have rules and then we don't get applications. That was part of the problem here. I wasn't getting everything. So I can only respond to what comes to my office. So if there's someone watching this on YouTube and you just heard, oh, no rules. No, we've got rules. Submit something to our office and we'll.
Subdivision.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we have manufactured housing rental community rules as well.
Yes, you do.
That also extend into RV parks, and RV parks are subject to some rules. So
We don't regulate Airbnbs.
But we don't regulate Airbnbs.
Got it.
Yep. I just wanted that clarification. I didn't want people to feel like they had a scapegoat. They don't. Submit something to me.
Good catch.
Thank you.
I want to say something about the confusion on this. This has happened before, and the last time that we kind of had to backtrack on subdivision and variances and so on, had to do with condos then too. I have a very limited understanding of condominium regime rules. I think in general, it's like a caveat. It's different than your subdivision rules. And so, twice now that I can think of, we probably didn't have enough information going in, and whether it's because of the department head's recommendation or whoever it was, I feel like that, for my part of it, I didn't know enough about it, so I just took somebody else's recommendation. That's not always advisable, and the dominoes start to fall, and it might be good for us to understand we're gonna have more of it. We have smaller spaces, people are trying to build smaller places, and the Airbnb boom is going on. It might help us to have a little better understanding exactly what the condominium regime rules are.
Exactly right.
Maybe we'll have a workshop on it.
I think we might all about that.
Let's talk to Chuck about
'Cause
that.
I think it's gonna happen again. And I, for my part, I don't really quite understand it.
And this would be a workshop intended to be open to the public. We all need to learn more about this. I have a little experience with condominium rules simply because I own a place in Austin within the condominium regime. And all I know is the only thing that I own is the dirt and the rocks under the foundation of my house and the house on top of it. And everything else is limited common use, limited common area. So I think a workshop would be a good idea.
I agree, that's a good idea, because where I have a real problem with condominiums this one looks like lots. What if it was one building 3 stories high? It doesn't look like a lot. But what I'm hearing, it applies, and that I'm really getting confused in my mind.
Right.
I'm trying to figure out what applies. So I think the workshop's a good idea.
There, are you Mr. Weber?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're on the list of speakers. If you'd like to approach the podium, you're welcome.
Thank you, Judge.
Please state your name and your address.
My name is Christopher Weber. I'm an attorney. I represent the developers of this tract, and my address is 9150 Dietz Elkhorn in Fair Oaks Ranch. There's been a lot of discussion about this being a condo. Condos are one of the 3 types of residential developments that are recognized in Texas, one being a homeowners association, your typical subdivision, another one being something that's not regulated at all, just open property, and then the third is a condo. Within condos, there's different types of condos, and one is called a site condo. And a site condo is very different than how most folks think of condos. Commissioner Lutz just mentioned a few moments ago about a structure being 3 stories high or something like that. I do understand that that is a typical consideration given to what a condominium is. That's not what a site condo is. A site condo anticipates that there's going to be one tract of land, just like every other condominium, but that there's going to be units that are above the ground that are sold. It is a way to get a slightly higher density and to make the best and highest use of a particular tract of land. And they frequently do require variances because the nature of a variance is to be able to make use of a piece of land that otherwise couldn't be used for a particular purpose. Now, does it make sense to do that all the time? No, obviously not. But this court already looked at some of these variance applications and granted them because, at least previous to the public outcry, The court apparently believed that the variances would allow for the best and highest use of this particular property. No plat is required for this particular tract and for its use as a site condo. And by the way, site condo is spelled S-I-T-E. It's a recognized form of development, although it is fairly new. No title would be transferred to the real estate itself. It would remain a single tract of land. The title that would be transferred would only be to the boxes of air above the ground that constitute condominiums. If I can take the court's attention to a typical condo again, let's say you've got a 30-unit condo, 15 units on the first floor, 15 units on the second floor. I don't think anyone would disagree that a condo on the second floor is a unit. That's all we're doing is we're erasing the first floor unit and dropping that second floor to a matter of a few millimeters off the ground, so to speak. And that box of air becomes the unit that would be conveyed to the owner. But the unit is not a piece of land. It's a box of air. Making a plat, or making a plat being a requirement for this particular tract would result in it being undevelopable even for a single residence, because the current regulations require just shy of 2 acres. I think it's 1.92 or 1.94 acres for subdivision and for a platted subdivision, and this is slightly less than that. So if a plat is required for this particular tract, then it could not be used for a single residence or even a single residence. That would be a taking, and that would be unfortunate. So the question has to be asked is, what is the community really wanting here? Now I know, and we all know, that the human animal does not like change. And so when folks have seen, and maybe for their entire lives, have seen a particular tract of land and it's been open to public view to the river from the road or whatever, they know they can't trespass on it because it belongs to somebody else, but that's just what they're used to seeing. Just because they're used to seeing something does not override an owner's right to develop their property to its best and highest use. I think we all know that. So the question then becomes, well, what is that best and highest use? If a plat's required, we can't even put a single family home on there. So let's say we don't plat it. Well, then we could put at least a single family home on there. A single family home could have along with it a guest house, some outbuildings, a garage. How would that be significantly or materially different than what's being proposed in terms of what's actually constructed from the site condo that is what's anticipated, what has been proposed? It wouldn't be. It would look nearly the same, just be called something else. What can we do with that property if it is not turned into a condominium, which would consist of 3 very nice homes? It's called a condo, but the structures that would be on there would look just like very nice, roughly $500,000 or more homes. Well, under the current regulations, an RV park could be put there, and there's nothing that anybody could do to stop that. Now, is that a threat? It's not. I'm just simply advising the court and the community what other things can be done other than putting 3 very nice homes there.
Sounds like a threat to me.
It's not. There's no contemplation to do that right now, but the proposal is to put a condominium complex, a site condominium complex there, and we believe that that would be the best and highest use.
These legal issues that you're talking about, these legal definitions of what qualifies and what doesn't qualify, and what applies and doesn't apply, is a conversation that normally takes place between the developer's attorney and our attorney. And if we need to, we get outside attorneys, and we've got them in this case. So this is a discussion that normally would be handled in the process that we call voluntary pre-development plan. We can't require people to come to us with the concept plans like they used to. That all got taken away, as you well know. But in our rules, we have a voluntary pre-development plan. And the purpose of that is to get the engineers together, to get the lawyers together, to get the stakeholders together and see what it is that you want to do. Is it viable, and how can it be regulated or not regulated? That didn't take place in this case. And that option was available. It was not available.
Respectfully, Judge, what happened in this particular matter is it looked like things were progressing without any issue up until roughly about 2-3 weeks ago. And as soon as it was discovered that there were some concerns that looked like it might need further discussions along those lines, that's when I became involved. And in fact, I met with the county attorney and the county engineer just this past Friday, and we started exploring the very same things that I'm telling you about today.
And so, what we're told is that we can elect to require platting. And if we can, we are going to do it. I can tell you that. I don't think there's any doubt of anybody on this court that that's something that we want done. And so, you can lecture us about the law, but what we need you to do is to sit down and work with our people so that we can find out, is this really viable or not?
We'll be glad to do that.
Okay. You have any other comments?
Only to point out that permits have already been issued, one for with regard to the traffic and another with regard to the septic. And on the septic permit, it specifically says that it's anticipated that it's going to cover a 3-unit condominium complex. So that's why I'm saying we thought things were going along just fine, that there was no need for any further discussion because things were being approved as requested. It's only when this became contentious.
Mr. Weber, what we have here is a lack of transparency. That's what we have.
Respectfully, Your Honor, I disagree.
Well, that's what lawsuits are for. And if that's what we need to do, that's what we'll do.
I have nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, we've heard a lot. I think what we have before the court is whether to vacate the variance that was granted because of the lack of transparency involved in the process, and to require this condominium regime be platted per our subdivision rules. Is that right, Charlie?
Yes, sir.
That's my motion.
I'll second it, I'll tell you no more discussion.
Okay, discussion.
All right, you beat me to it on the transparency comment. I think things changed. They dribbled information out. I even double checked with Charlie this morning about the backup material on May 8th. There was none. I'd never heard condos mentioned. And, we got ahead of ourselves. We let that happen, but we can fix it. We don't want to double down on something that was wrong to begin with. And, we make a mistake, we're going to own it.
Well, look, I think the most important issue, and we need Chuck Kemper to weigh in on it, is whether the model subdivision rules apply to this plat. I agree that we need plat. So I think we need to take his counsel. If you recall, on May 8th, I asked, do the model subdivision rules apply? I was told no. That was the only reason I went along with the variance. I would not have otherwise, because they're not allowed. Anyway.
And that's something that we're going to take up with Chuck in executive session today.
Right.
Very good.
I would want to talk to Chuck about those periods.
I think that'd be prudent.
Well, then we'll save the vote until after
Yes.
executive session. But while the public's here, I just want you to know what our leanings are at this point, depending on advice of counsel.
Well, I go back to my original comment. We need to know more about this so we don't do this again.
Right.
I'll certainly be looking a lot closer.
I know.
So we'll defer the rest of this discussion to the executive session.
Right, and we have more items on the agenda we need to get to. Y'all are more than welcome to hang around, but if you don't tell them how long we're going to be in executive session. If you pull up YouTube, you'll see it'll be dark, that we're in executive session, and then all of a sudden it'll come up again if you want to just soon watch it from home.
But if I was you, I'd go to lunch.
I'm going to go with you.
So with that, we will defer the rest of that discussion until executive session and take action. Move on to the next 10 o'clock item, which is consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to set a public hearing for 10 a.m. on July 24, 2023. The revision of plat of Lake
Well, that
How are you? Thank you. Oh, I didn't realize that. Why am I going this way?
You're my hero.
They can take the original track and do whatever law there. That's their
Nice job. Any questions or add anything? Can I email you guys? That'd be great. Thanks.
Don, how
Judge, I apologize for going long. I thought I had a little bit more time, so next time I'll make it a lot quicker. I apologize for that. So, I'm sorry. I don't know. I didn't. But I'll do better next time. Yes, sir. Let's do that again. We got that down. John? Thank you. Well done.
I do that loudly, give everybody time to trickle back in.
Trick.
I saw Mr. Faces came from the door minute. Okay, the court will come back to order. I was going to call 1.14. I got a couple that we need to have heard before 12 o'clock because Commissioner Letts has to leave. Okay. Get those out of the way. So I'm going to fast forward to item 1.16, which is a public hearing for revision of plat for Hall Ranch Lot 3. I convene the public meeting. Is anybody here that would like to address the court with regard to that issue? There being none.
Judge, which item?
116.
Oh, 116. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, I'm jumping ahead. Because Mr. Letts needs to be here for these two.
Okay.
So we've had the public meeting and no one wants to talk. Therefore, we'll adjourn and go on to 117, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding a revision of plat for Hall Ranch Lot 3.
Thank you, Judge.
I got you out of order, I'm sorry.
Back on track. This
Hold
proposal.
on 1 second. There was someone here earlier. Is there?
Mr. Howell's here.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That's what
Oh,
I
that's
thought.
right. That's right.
We've got
in front of me.
100% representation of the subdivision is what I'm told. There's two owners right now that own these 3 lots in Hall Ranch. This proposal divides Lot 3, currently 503.67 acres. Model rules do not apply, into 2 lots. Lot 3A will be 237.05 acres and Lot 3B will be 266.62 acres. Both lots will front on the newly constructed Gillenshaw Road, which we have inspected. The road and drainage has been constructed. Erosion control through establishment of vegetation still remains. They're working on getting the grass to grow out there. Access to the subdivision is from Gillenshaw Road, a 20-foot wide, approximately 3,200-foot long private access easement. Because of this narrow easement, the court permitted no more than 3 lots as stated on the plat. However, this proposed revision will increase the number of lots. That's the big decision today, and that was the purpose of the public hearing, was to get from the public, because their understanding is that this entire subdivision has a note on the plat that says no more than 3 lots. This division of Lot 3 only will divide that into 2. Now overall, you're going to have 4 lots in the subdivision. Bobby and I do not know how to address the note that's on the plat that's on file, other than for this court to, if you adopt this, let's just make sure that it's noted that we're aware that it's limited to 3, but we're making, if you're going to, make an exception.
How many total acres are in the subdivision?
Was it 800?
799.3.
800.
And lot 3 is the biggest lot.
Yes, sir.
With, it looks like 503.67.
Yes, sir.
So we've got this big subdivision with 2 smaller lots. This great big lot that now wants to divide into 2 lots.
Yes, sir.
And we have to decide if we think that's appropriate.
And I'll state this, that our subdivision regulations in 2007 and the new ones still has the provision for, if you're going to build a country lane, unpaved or paved, you may have no more than 8 lots. Now the court restricted it to 3 because he has no control over that 20-foot wide easement that's over 3,000 feet long that you have to drive through before you get to his subdivision. And so it's up to the court. It's your discretion. You had that note on the first plat. We're curious how you will address it on this.
My feeling is that I disagree with the note in the beginning. We have a lot of subdivisions with access that are similar to this. It's a great access note. I think we removed the plat note, allowed this addition, and if somebody in the future wants to divide another lot, we make a decision at that point. At some point, if they were to go in there as an example and say, let's put 100 lots back here, at that point I'd say no. That road needs to be upgraded, and however that can be done. But going from 3 to 4 does not impact it at all. I've been back, I've driven the road. It's it's not paved, but from a site standpoint and a lot of standpoints, it's a whole lot better than a lot of county roads. It's just an unpaved road. So my feeling is we remove the plat note. I don't know if we can do that the way it was worded, or we just allow.
Is that a court order if we do that? Can we remove
Can
it by
we
court order?
remove the plat note based on this agenda item?
And that previous plat's not on the agenda. This is a revision of lot 3 only, as opposed to a revision of lots 1 through 3.
Okay, then I'll make a motion that we approve the revision of plat as presented.
Second.
And then if you want to remove the plat note, come back to another meeting with it posted on the agenda.
So we'll just approve this agenda item then.
So we have a motion and a second to approve the proposed division as presented.
Yes.
Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Okay. I think that gets us back on track. Go back to item 1.14. Discuss and take appropriate action for the court to set a public hearing for 10 a.m. on July 24, 2023 for revision of plat for Lake Ingram Estates, Section 2, lots 66 and 67. Mr. Frazier.
Thank you, Judge. This proposal revises the line between two existing lots. Lot 66 is 14.98 acres and lot 67, 14.75 acres. Lot 66R will be 24.62 acres and lot 67R will be 5.1 acres. Both lots will continue to front on John Bevan Lane. County engineer requests the court set a public hearing for 10 a.m. on July 24th, 2023 for a revision of plat for Lake Ingram Estates, Section 2, Lot 66 and 67, Volume 4, page 257, Precinct 4. And Commissioner Pace has asked me earlier, was this part of the subdivisions that were from last year that are subject to those rules? I told him no, and I'm going to tell you now, I'm not sure. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. I didn't bring that list with me. I need to look at that and verify that, sir.
Well, I note from the plat itself, it has a place for Headwaters Groundwater Conservation District to sign off.
Then most likely not,
So
because our old rules wouldn't have that. So thank you.
You're correct.
I feel like I was right, but I want to confirm
The
it.
rules change on August 10th,
Yes,
and, we're having a public hearing on July 24th.
and they're aware of that.
It's a very tight time frame to
Yes.
get it actually approved.
Yes. If any other revision of plats are to be done this year, today's the day to have the public hearing date set. If you come next week, you're too late. You missed it.
I move for approval.
Got a motion and a second to approve the revision of plat for Lake Ingram Estates, Section 2, lot 66, 67.
Public hearing.
Set a public hearing. Charlie, answer me this.
Yes, sir.
When we set the public hearing for that date, are we also going to set the final plat approval division?
And that's completely up to the developer and his surveyor to get that stuff to us on time
But he'll
to make that date.
He'll have to do that
Yes.
in order to be able to get under Headwaters.
And it's done often.
I understand.
Yes, sir. But yes, that is and they're aware of the deadline.
But the point I want to make is, today has been a learning experience in many ways. Public hearings are much more important than the public thinks. Because we have a public hearing and people don't know about it, or they don't check and see what's on the agenda, and then something happens and they go, how did that happen?
All the time.
I know. But where possible, I think the better practice is to have a public meeting a month before you take action. We can't always do that, I understand.
And this is a prime example.
This is a
Because
prime
if we don't
example.
approve it on the 24th, the next meeting is after the deadline for Headwaters.
And I'm just voicing the opinion of one of five, that when we can tell the public that we've had a public meeting, and whether they attended or not, there is a record of that on YouTube and on the transcript. And makes it easier for us to be able to explain to them why something happened. When you do the hearing and the action on the same day, it's back to back. Bang, blam, just that way. And I'd like to, and this is just for future thinking, when possible, see if we can't stretch out these public hearings and make them more important and emphasize them to the public, because that's how you find out what's really going on, is when you have a public meeting. Most people don't know anything that goes on until we get something on the agenda.
Right.
And the good part is
Not
that a
even
lot of
then,
people
all.
read those agendas.
We
we got over 300 people at town hall, and people were still complaining we didn't get the word out. Some people heard it. It's on the radio, newspaper, Facebook, and everything on the
It was
side.
full house.
Other than knocking on doors. I don't know how to do it any better.
To comment on what you're talking about though, and this is really important, what Mr. Pace said also, is that I would say that 90% of the public does not have a clue that Headwaters is changing their rules, and we're about to have a 10-acre minimum lot size in this county. And that means all these subdivisions that have 3 and 4 and 5 or 10, 11 acres, they're no longer gonna be able to be divided. We're gonna hear from a lot of people very upset that they don't understand what this is.
It is seismic change.
It's huge. Not change that I agree with that.
That
Huge.
affects this one. They've got one lot at 5.1 acres.
Yeah.
If they
But it's
don't get
gonna,
water approval, they're not gonna.
and it's gonna be about, we're gonna decide at the court how we're gonna handle revisions when both lots are below 5 acres.
So the agenda item is set a public hearing.
Yeah,
You might want to go ahead and do that.
We're good with that.
With regard to the setting the public hearing, we've got a motion and a second. We have a motion and a second. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
Thank you, guys.
You're welcome.
Move on to 115. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding the final plat for D. McGehee subdivision.
This proposed subdivision creates a single lot. Lot 1 will be 5.41 acres. Access and road frontage will be on Klein Branch Road and Levi Lane. They're dedicating right-of-way in the form of road easement for Klein Branch Road. The county engineer requests the court consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding the final plat for D. McGehee subdivision, precinct 4. You don't have to pull this out and look at it, but I'll tell you that on the plat, I think it's important to note that Klein Branch Road is one day, it's going to be full-blown arterial. And so they're dedicating their fair share to get this to an arterial width, which is anywhere from 80 to 100 foot of right-of-way.
Move for approval. Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the final plat of the D. McGehee subdivision. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? There being none, unanimous. Let's move down to item 118, which is a public hearing for the revision of plat for Soledad Springs Estate, lot 39 and 44. I convene the public hearing. Does anyone would like to address the court? There being none, we'll adjourn the public meeting and move on to item 1.19. Which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding a revision of plat for Soledad Springs Estate, lots 39 and 44. Mr. Hayes.
This proposal revises lot 39, 9.05 acres is platted, and lot 44, 10.2 acres is platted. Lot 39R will be 6.32 acres, and lot 44R will be 13.0 acres. Both lots will continue to front Sierra Road.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the revision of plat of Soledad Springs Estates, lots 39 and 44. Any discussion? Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? There being none, unanimous. 1.20, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding the final plat for Meister Edition. Mr. Hastings.
You judge, this proposed subdivision creates a single lot. Lot 1 will be 7.11 acres. Access and road frontage will be on Herman Sons Road. It is in that East Kerr water area that has to have at least 7 acres. And so they have 7.11. County engineer requests the court consider, discuss, take appropriate action regarding final plat for Meister Edition, precinct 3.
Move for approval. Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the final plat for Meister Edition. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Item 1.21, consider, discuss, take appropriate action to open, read, and award the rebids for the crushed paving aggregates. Ms. Hoffman.
Yes, before you are the rebids for crushed paving aggregates. We had a problem with one of the vendors on being able to fulfill our order. We had placed the order in February, and May 1st, we still had no rock, and so we were like, we probably need to rebid. I consulted with the county attorney. She said, yes, you need to rebid. So this is just for the crushed paving aggregate. It's not any of the other regular material bids that you're used to seeing. At this time, I asked Commissioners Court to open, read aloud, and if it's pretty obvious, we'd like to come back before court is done and award the bid if it's pretty much a no-brainer on it. If we need to take it back, then we'll bring it back at the next agenda.
Let's receive one bid from Green International LLC. And their unit cost for 5/8, half inch and 3/8 is all the same. The unit cost is $29.15. Delivery is $13.20 for a total of $42.35. We have another bid from Armor Excavating. Out of Austin. They had under 5/8, they gave no bid. Under the half inch, it was $26 unit cost, $20 delivered for a total of $46. And for the 3/8, unit cost $24, delivery $20, total cost of $44. Those are the only two bids we received. Make a motion, we refer the bids to road bridge administrator for review. Second recommendation.
Got a motion and a second to refer the bids to the road bridge administrator for evaluation. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None? Unanimous? Item 1.22, consider discuss take appropriate action for the Commissioners Court to set a public hearing regarding the installation of no parking signs near the Bear Creek Bridge. Ms. Hoffman.
Ms. Pamela Slutz made a request on May 11th, 2023 to the Kerr County Road and Bridge Office about the installation of no parking signs near the Bear Creek Bridge. And also, part of the request was to rope off the area to obstruct vehicle access. We had a meeting on site on Wednesday, May 31st, 2023. Representatives were from Kerr County Road and Bridge, Kerr County Engineering, Kerr County Sheriff's Office, and Precinct 4 Commissioner, and the City of Kerrville, since the bridge itself is in the city, and the other side of the bridge is the county. We had decided, we were there for probably at least an hour discussing, and we have decided on an area there will be no parking, and it is inside the curve on the Kerr County side. We don't recommend the roping off any of the areas. The representative from the City of Kerrville said they already have. It's a very small little parking area, probably maybe 2 cars at the most. They didn't feel that they would probably be doing anything different on their end. Kerr County decided on the area marked in the attached data. Like I said, it's on the inside curve. We felt that when cars are parking there, if you're coming from Bear Creek heading towards the bridge, it was very difficult to see if there was somebody coming off the bridge with having the cars there. Let's see, Kerr County decided on that area that's marked on the attached map. Since this will be a regulatory sign, the court will need to set a public hearing for Monday, July 24th, 2023 at 10 a.m. regarding the installation of 2 no parking signs within the inside curve near the bridge on the Kerr County side, and this lies in precinct 1 and 4.
I move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the no parking signs on Bear Creek and roping off the area.
No roping off of the area. We did not recommend that.
Okay. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? There being none, unanimous. 1.23, consider discuss take appropriate action for the Commissioner's Court approval to purchase a new Caterpillar 920 OC loader and approval to trade in the 2003 Caterpillar 924GZ loader. Ms. Hoffman.
I have before you a quote. It's from Holt Caterpillar. It's quote number 319014-01 for your approval to purchase a new Caterpillar 920 loader under a Sourcewell Government Purchasing Contract number 32119-CAT. It's a 24% discount off of the regular price of that loader. The Kerr County Auditor surplus the 2023 Caterpillar 924 GZ loader on May 22nd, 2023, serial number 6YW00908. We would like to trade that loader in, so we're going to get a new loader, trade it in the loader, so it's got to be like items. The trade-in on that loader will be $38,000 towards the purchase price. The money for the purchase will come out of the line item 15-612570 capital outlay. And at this time, I ask the Commissioners Court for their approval to purchase one 2023 Caterpillar 920 loader and trade in the 2003 Caterpillar 924 GZ loader and have the county judge sign the same. And this loader, not sure where all it's going to get used, so I put precinct 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Kelly, was this one of the capital items that we had in last year, the budget for this year?
I can't remember what all we had on that list. I know some of the things that we tried getting, there was no way you were going to get any of those items. I mean, it was like a year out. I'm not real sure. Do you remember that, Robert, on our original list?
Yeah. I don't remember what was on the original list, but as she said, there was some things that we've been asking about that are 18 months or longer on getting just because of availability.
So this wouldn't be in addition to?
I believe so.
Well, this would pretty much, this purchase, I believe, is going to be probably the last of our capital purchases, isn't it?
I believe so.
Because I think we're pretty much have spent that money.
That's to say that this is in your budget?
Yes.
What we may not
Yes,
be the
sir.
same equipment you'd asked for last year.
Right.
We would put it in the budget.
Yes, sir.
I move for approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second to approve.
Before we vote, what's the final net cost of this?
Let's see. The final net cost, the regular price on this loader is $209,986. The trade-in allowance for the 2003 Cat 924 GZ is $38,000, and that brings the price that we will be purchasing it for is $171,986.
And that represents a 24% discount.
Yes, under a Sourcewell government contract, so we don't have to go out for bid.
In the budget. Budget? I'm okay. Okay, so that, we've got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None? Unanimous. Item 1.24, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the Commissioners Court to set a public hearing regarding setting the speed limit on Thrill Hill Drive West at 35 miles an hour.
It's going to take some thrill off, isn't it?
It's been out there, hasn't it?
Mr. Garvin made a request to set a speed limit on Thrill Hill Drive West, which we do not have any posting. As soon as you pass into the Gillespie County, it becomes 35. So let's see, the change of counties at 35. We also ran a traffic study for this location and have included the study in the backup data. The county engineer reviewed the study and said that he thinks that it should be set at 35. That way, as you're going into Gillespie, it's the same speed. You're not changing anything from county to county. At this time, I ask the Commissioners Court to set a public hearing regarding setting the speed limit at 35 miles an hour on Thrill Hill Drive West for Monday, July 24th, 2023 at 10 a.m. and this is in precinct 4.
That's what, 24th, huh?
Yep.
I move for approval.
Got a motion and a second to approve the public hearing for, what was that, July 24th?
Yes, sir.
At 10 a.m.
Yes.
Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Being none, unanimous. Item 1.25, consider, discuss, take appropriate action for Commissioners Court approval of a general contract with Secor Fence and Building Company, fence and gate project on Spur 100 at the Road and Bridge Department property.
Before you is a general contract with Secor Fence and Building Company for a fence and gate project on Spur 100 at the Road and Bridge Department property. This project will move our entrance, exit point onto Spur 100 and provide for safer and more secure access for road and bridge personnel and vendors and deliveries, instead of, if you've ever been up on 27, where the road and bridge office is, where we come out now, it's getting harder and harder to pull out. We have obtained the driveway permit from TxDOT. They approved it because that front portion of Spur 100 is actually maintained by the state. The county attorney has reviewed this contract, and at this time I ask the Commissioners Court for their approval of this general contract, and thank you for your consideration.
Motion?
Second.
And this also will come out of maintenance facility line item.
We got a motion and a second for general contract with Secor Fence and Building Company for fence and gate at Spur 100 for Road and Bridge Department. Any discussions? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. 1.26, consider, discuss, take appropriate action for Commissioners Court approval of a general contract with Secor Fence and Building Company for a fence project on Kerr County, it says Fence, but it's county, right?
Right.
Property and Apache Subdivision.
Before you is a general contract with Secor Fence and Building Company for a fence project on Kerr County property located at Apache Subdivision that's up off of 479. Fencing of this property will provide a secure location for storage of road materials. The county attorney has reviewed this contract. At this time, I ask the Commissioners Court for their approval of this general contract. I wanted to add in there too, this is a new development that is going in, and when we were doing the concept plan, I think it's 3 local business owners that are developing this piece of land. We had asked them what the chances would be if they would give the county about, I don't know what it is, between a half and 1 acre to be able to store materials to pave not only their roads, since they're seeking county maintenance, but other roads that are in this area, because it is getting harder and harder to find places to store our rock materials for chip seal or for rebuilding roads. And they were kind enough to do that for us, so we would like to get it all fenced in and we can start using it to put materials out there.
Very gracious
So it was
donation.
Yes, it really is a win-win, but we really appreciated that, that they did that.
So that will be fenced in?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I move for approval.
Second.
There's a motion to approve and second. The contract with Secor to fence the property that donated at Apache Subdivision. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Seeing none. Passes. Okay, item 127. Take a look at those in your materials. This is considered, discuss, take appropriate action regarding the first revision of the Kerr County Voluntary Guidance Document for aggregate production operations. And you recall, we came to the court earlier in the year, back in the spring, to approve the first set of BMPs, best management practices, which were preliminary. They weren't in too much detail. The APO, the aggregate production operators, work with the business people and the residents out there and some of our other stakeholders, and came up with a much more detailed. If you look at it, mean, I was looking at trying to figure out how to summarize this stuff together. You just look at it, and there's about 8 or 9 special categories that they wanted to specifically address. And they did that with at least anywhere from 5 to 9 or 10 specific things that they're recommending to really flesh out this skeletal B&Bs that were brought forward, to make it much more detailed. And there was, at the last meeting, and as we were talking about it, we did have some of the operators complain that there were some things on there that they didn't want to do, as they were too expensive to do. And we discussed it out to the end that these are guidelines. These are what we're recommending people do, and that if you're not in a position to do that, that's your defense. We can't make you do it. And so with that, as we went around the room and discussed it, I didn't know what the vote was going to be, and so I asked them, is that something that you can live with, even if you're not required to do it? And we got a unanimous vote from all the operators and all the stakeholders. So this is, we've really got something here that's, they're not regulatory, but they are very intrusive in terms of telling the business how to run the business or asking the business how to run the business, that they all agree to. So I feel like we've made some gigantic progress.
You don't have finger pointing, like we had before.
Well, and then when it came up from this one operator that said it's too expensive to do that, everybody in the room discussed it and accepted the fact that, okay, you're not in a position to do that. You know, maybe when you get a little bit more profitable, you can be more bigger, whatever you're going to do. That's something that you can do. But everybody's still recommending that that's the better way to do it. That's the important thing. That's what we're trying to do with this organization, this council. So I make a motion that we go ahead and accept this, what we call here the first revision of these voluntary guidance documents, the best management practice.
I'll second the motion.
We've got a motion and a second to approve the revised guidelines as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Passes unanimous. Item 1.28 is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding the advisory council for the aggregate production operators. And I think this really goes, I'll pass that one and go on to 129 because that's what we really discussed. And that is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve paying additional consulting services to Jill Shackle for her work with the aggregate, the APO meetings. And Rich, you were there. You saw what she does.
Last one, but I've seen what she does in several of them. She does a good job.
She's available for on-call and does a marvelous job of being able to bridge the differences as they come up. And we've had a lot of really significant differences, especially over noise and light. And we've approved it through the first 2 quarters of this year. And what we're asking is at least approve for the last 2 quarters of the year to kind of finish it out because they've been making really good progress. And we've got momentum. We'd like to turn her loose, try to finish out the year, and then what we'll probably do is come back and say on an as-needed basis.
Not the fiscal year, but the calendar year.
Calendar year,
This is called government creep.
Well,
Yeah, I was against paying her and voiced that from the beginning.
I wasn't a big fan either.
This has gone on and been extended every time. At some point, people have to pay their own freight. This doesn't involve everybody in the county yet. Everybody in the county is paying for it. If there's going to be an association, there's going to be people that meet and talk about it, then why can't they pay dues or figure out a way to pay for it themselves? It doesn't involve everybody in the county, but everybody in the county is paying for it. And I don't diminish her services and her expertise and her effectiveness. None of that stuff is in dispute. What's in dispute is the continuation of, I would say if we're going to do it at all, go one more and then come back to it. Let's not, roll the red carpet out too far. I've never liked the idea of it, and I've said it repeatedly.
I agree that from now on, the meetings need to be a topic of discussion maybe.
Or maybe it needs to be broached that they can go forward with if they want to.
Right.
well,
We couldn't.
what's going to happen when you do that, I tell you right now, the people that can pay for it are the operators. Because the other people, the stakeholders, don't have the money. And once the operators start paying for it, they're gonna wanna do it their way. Right now, we have made tremendous progress with this latest document, with BMP. To get the operators on board for some really significant operational changes. That's why I wanted to briefly show you what she's done. Because the organization's asking at least let her finish out this year. And what I've heard from y'all is you want a plan of when it's gonna be gone, which we're not gonna do. And so the plan that we're coming to you with is try to finish this fiscal year.
No, I mean, that's still a calendar.
Calendar, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
calendar.
But what else is she doing? This seems like that the document we have is, it's a document. That's what we, for, in our opinion, or the committee's opinion, that is how we would like aggregate producers to operate in this county. So it seems like we're done to me.
Yeah. And the other thing is that we have other boards where, for example, the county is paying for all of it, whatever it might be. Animal Services Board we talked about earlier today. There's nobody in that group that pays anything except the county. So there's still members of the board. So you can have I'm getting to this, you can have the producers pay the freight. You can still have board members, part of the association, that have equal standing with everybody else that's on the board. And they represent the other stakeholders, the property owners and so on. Everybody gets in there, and it behooves the producers to pay them and to tamp down any problems they have with the local residents. I think it should be handed off to them, the baton needs to go to them.
I'd be in favor of one more quarter, or one more payment. And on the agenda, they figure out how they move forward. I mean, at some point, we've got to end. We've tended to, they've done a lot of good, and like Blue said.
Cost per quarter? About $1,000. I think it was what, 1,050 or something like that? Something like that. And that's for the whole 3 months of answering those calls, talking to those operators, talking to those homeowners out there, working with the businesses, getting the agenda, getting a speaker to come talk to us. And then all she charges for is to drive up and present the meeting. This is the biggest bargain in the world, but if you don't want to do it, that's your call.
Nobody disputes the effectiveness, and the price isn't the issue. The issue is that this has continued. I didn't want to do it at the beginning. It continued too long, and we're not, and the entire county is paying for it, regardless of the cost. It affects one group of people, and everybody's paying for it, and we have other things that it's prohibited, but we can't do that. You can't make everybody get involved in a road district. You can't make the whole county pay for that.
I will say that it's more than one group of people. I mean, it's a lot of primarily Christian faces and my our constituents. They're the ones that live around most of them.
I mean, but that's a group to me. Right. The people that live near.
They're also taxpayers, county taxpayers.
Yeah.
But I just think we need to, I would like to have one more meeting and, with the idea is, how do they pay to keep it going? And maybe the answer is they don't, we subsidize it ongoing in the budget.
These rules we just adopted pretty much lines it out.
Well, you can also ask them to have some skin in the game, and they pay half and we pay half. Yeah. It's gone on too long as is under this current configuration.
Well, I think what I'm hearing is you would like for them, I would hope, before they disband, because ultimately that's what I think probably would happen, to provide a self-sustainable sustainability plan.
Yes. That's not too much to ask. It's to their benefit. The operators and the business.
It's just failing. I mean, this has been a very productive group. And we need to try to keep it going one way or another. I'm all for cutting costs. This is not a big cost that I want to focus on. We've got a lot bigger fish to fry here.
Imagine we're doing this 10 times around the county.
Well, sure.
Every time some problem pops up, the county runs in and becomes Santa Claus.
Well, except this was a pretty big problem.
And I will say, Kerr County is on the cover of state and national publications and pioneering the better way to work with your producers. And she's getting a lot of credibility for that, and that's valuable to her, because that's what she does, she's a consultant. But the more we can land the plane, the better we can land the plane. I think the better it's going to be for us in being able to still be the one that people come to and say, how'd y'all do that? Because we got it done. In other communities have not been able to do it.
Well, everybody knows what we just discussed now. When y'all go to the next meeting, y'all can put it out there in front of them, how we need to go, what court is thinking, and what are your thoughts as far as going forward, and then y'all bring something back.
And maybe like Mr. Blue said, maybe we pay, we
Half.
contribute, they don't pay the whole thing.
Yeah.
So, but we just need a plan going forward as to how it's going to, otherwise, especially going into the new budget year.
We can come back, y'all come back with one, two, couple options that we could discuss.
So,
One more.
is there a motion?
I make a motion to authorize payment for one more quarter with the recommendation that the group come back with a sustainability option.
Second. Been a motion and a second to extend the APO Advisory Council funding for one more quarter. Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None? Unanimous. Item 1.30. Take a break. Go back to 1.28. Was there anything? No, it's just okay. It wasn't paying that close attention. I saw the executive duplications. 1.30, consider discussion take appropriate action to approve the public relations media policy. Ms. Walter.
Commissioner Bully, would you like to start, or?
I just want to say that we were getting a little adrift. We hired a public relations lady, Ms. Walter, for one specific purpose, and that was to disseminate information about Kerr County, period, full stop. That's all it was. And we've had a little bit of mission creep with Facebook and other things. Commissioner Harris and I were a little concerned. So we talked to her about having a policy, and she's put together a pretty good recommendation for a policy for how Kerr County deals with public relations and letting people know what's coming up, having transparency, letting people know what has actually happened versus what the media may say about it, which was the original point.
Bingo.
So, now it's yours, Lisa.
Well, you guys have the document in front of you, and you've had a chance to review it, hopefully, so if you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
That looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Before I ever got on the court, I felt this was the position we needed. When I was campaigning, y'all remember back, there were some PR problems, I thought. And so she has filled that void, and part-time originally, now full-time, and she's an asset to us with the webpage as well now, making it full-time. But I agree with Commissioner Blue, we just need to keep it focused on Kerr County stuff. Not so much what the city's doing or what have you, but emergency stuff and what the county's doing.
And there are times where we have events going on in the community, and it's great blood drives and all that. They have their own social media, and businesses are having a charitable event. They have their own thing to do. The county messages the county.
I just wanted to add, Lisa, one that comes to mind, there might even be another one, but was the stuff with the monarch butterfly. And I know that that's been issues
Sure.
in the past. We've had folks come to Commissioner's Court to address that. And Crystal from our office had put together something a long time ago about, the facts about all of this and when we're going to mow. And Lisa put that in there, and I received so many thank yous for that going into the paper. I didn't receive any that was negative or somebody questioning us. So I thank Lisa. We've worked together on a couple things, and the public has been very appreciative of it. Of what
That's a
she's
perfect
posted.
example
Yes.
of why we have a public
It was great.
relations.
Yep.
It was really great. We haven't received any more phone calls on the butterflies, and so it was really nice.
How do you get them off your windshield?
I will say for the record, the more of that milkweed we have along the road, the more likely the butterflies are gonna die from that. So we ought to cut it, but, you know, they've made up their minds that we're killing butterflies if we cut it down. Come to my house. Come see what I got in my property, how many milkweeds I'm trying to kill. So this is the, I make a motion that we accept this policy, going forward with it as the policy for our public relations department, Kerr County.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve the public relations media policy as presented. Any discussion?
I just want to kind of reinforce, I mean, if we're all good with this policy, which I am, it does say that news about civic organizations receiving a resolution or funding from the Commissioner's Court is acceptable as it's news about school districts, school-related groups. Anyway, I want to highlight organizations that we do support, which are our volunteer fire departments.
Right.
And they're integral to the overall health and safety and welfare of everybody in the county. And so to the extent they're having a fundraiser, I'd love to see it emphasized and reinforced by the county on our
Yes, we
website or
talked
Facebook
about that.
page. That's the case may be.
We do that.
Under this
That's all I
policy.
Brought it up earlier.
See, the
And
point
it's
is,
all-
if we have a relationship, for example, it's the Dieter Center or it's some other organization called Departmental, we pay into what they do. So we have a relationship. Occasionally, city and county has the hazardous waste day. We're not promoting the city, we're promoting hazardous waste day. So that's what it comes
I
down
just
to.
kind of wanted to make a plug primarily to the volunteer fire departments because I don't think they take advantage of it enough. But anyway.
No, that's true.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous, same slow. Item 1.31, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to ratify and confirm the general certificate of Kerr County of the Alamo Housing Finance Corporation in connection with its multifamily housing revenue bonds, the Oaks and Bandera Trails, River Road Apartments. And has me on this, but I don't serve on that board, you do not.
I do.
Judge Evans chairs,
That's right.
and just looking at what was sent, and I have not attended a single one of those meetings, so don't take this as authoritative. But in order to do these bonds, all the stakeholders in the Alamo Area Housing Finance Corporation support it. And that's what we're doing. We support it. We're signing off on these bonds like for the organization, and we're all in it together.
That's right.
It's just a performative thing. But I looked down there and thought, man, tell me about it.
I was on a couple Zoom meetings with them, I think, during the China virus.
And for what the public doesn't know about the Alamo Area Housing Finance Corporation, was founded, 25 years ago, something like that. And it kind of, it just went inactive. And then it found out they needed it for something and revived it. It came to all of us that are members on ACOG. Said, we need a representative to serve on the committee.
Must have been absent that day.
Right. He got volunteered. But,
Well, I move for approval.
and I'll second it. What do we do?
They send me letters and I read them and I see what they're up to.
Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? I don't know if that was unanimous, but it's enough. Passes. Judge Evans?
Yes.
For those of you who've never worked with Judge Evans, you want to keep Judge Evans happy. 1.32, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to address the possibility of prohibiting or restricting the sale and use of restricted fireworks, skyrockets with sticks, and missiles with fins in any portion of the unincorporated area of Kerr County pursuant to local government law. 4th of July, 4th week.
Okay.
We're back here.
I looked it up this morning. That's the Heat Fire report. This is the best report I've had since I've been in office, I think. Look at all that blue. which is good.
It can
So-
change pretty darn quick though.
Yeah. So,
But based on that, we can't limit it period we want to.
That's right.
So,
And you won't have another opportunity before July 4th. You
No.
gotta do it by June 15th.
But I will caution the public. It's supposed to be 100 degrees all this week.
that's right.
Probably next week, and there's gonna be another week before July 4th. So we've got 3 weeks of dry, hot weather. So keep your sprinklers on.
Yep.
But this prohibits the skyrockets with sticks and the missiles with pins, despite the fact that they'll have fireworks.
So we just don't take action and they can do it whenever.
They do whatever.
Yeah.
That's right. We pass it. Pass. 1.33, consider discussing take appropriate action to clarify the road and bridge stipend request for CDL holders on, we passed on May 22. Were hired prior to the Commissioner's Court date. Ms. Hernandez.
Yes, I am coming before you to just clarify on the Commissioner's Court meeting from the last time. That it was, the intent of this was only to be for CDL holders that had the CDL prior to that Commissioner's Court meeting on the 22nd. And there was one payroll on there that was done, I believe it was prior to, it had the 26 on there, but it was not to be included because it was in the past. So it's only nine payrolls.
Remind me again what the problem was.
The problem is that the court order reads that all employees in Road and Bridge, and it should only be for CDL stipend, it's a CDL stipend, not all employees.
That's one issue. The other issue is the court order said $5,000 and it's not possible to do $5,000 because of the number of pay periods. So, and they know I'm not real happy on this one. From the standpoint that I asked in court, it is the same as the sheriff's department did it, and the answer was kind of, there was head nods, I don't know if it said anything, but it's not the same as sheriff. Double. So, my view is, I think because the court order needs to be corrected, and I think it should be $4,500. Because that's the number of pay periods we have.
And that is why I also brought it back, because I did realize that it should be 4,500.
So I'll make a motion that we verify that court order that it only goes to CDL drivers and the amount should have been for the remaining pay periods, which is for $4,500, not $5,000.
So that revises the other court order, or, okay, I'll second.
Got a motion and a second. Everyone.
Is that we will revise the previous court order that the total amount be $4,500 and it only applies to CDL drivers as of the effective date, which was the previous court order. Effective date.
Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Item 1.34, consider discuss take appropriate action to schedule a public workshop with the Texas First on election integrity of the week of August 21st.
Yeah, thank you. This is my item, and we've already had a workshop on election integrity, and this is the same group, texasfirst.org, and they are putting together a road trip to go around Texas and hit as many counties as they're welcome. They're already on the road right now, and they've got a truck and a trailer, and they've set up their hand counting stations with the cameras. We did see a bit of a demonstration, but basically this is to have a hands-on session. I mean, Bob Reeves attended that workshop and suggested that before we make any decisions, that the commissioners the court actually experience a hand count. And this is an opportunity to do just that. And they're very flexible. They prepared mock ballots. And, you know, that has 20 races, 40 candidates. We can use those. We can use some of our ballots if we want to do them from anything, any amount. I mean, the idea is this is only, I think, 10 stations. So it's not like we can count 20,000 ballots. But, you know, we can come up with a group and it'll be representative, and then you can multiply it times the number of precincts and so forth to get an accurate feel for just how long it would take to hand count and how many stations thereby, how much it would cost to get the equipment required to do this. This is free.
No problem with the presentation, workshop, whatever you want to call it. My question is, though, I don't want to get the public's thinking that we can do this. I first want the county attorney to say that the process they're talking about is legal in Texas, because I don't know of any legislation that was passed. And from what Bob Reed said, the system can't be used. I don't know, so I think the county
That's
attorney
because they called it a system, and it's not a system, it's a process or a methodology. And we have since gotten some clarification from the Secretary of State that says it does not require certification. Now, the other way to look at it too is it's very specific in the election code on how to conduct a hand count. We can do that too.
I just want to know that we can do it. I don't want to,
right.
You know, only when I look to the county attorney. So, county attorney, sorry.
That's okay, I'll get you in a minute.
Yeah, and if it's legal. Okay.
Well, you keep saying we. Are you part of this Texas First group?
No. Okay, that group.
Who's we?
Texas First.
My biggest concern is we're basically allowing the county workshop for a third-party group, and I don't know what their expertise is. I mean, the guy that talked to us last time that went on and on, he had been in the fast food business for 10 years and was just recently made a realtor.
That was a totally separate issue on the certification. That was Jared Woodward. Now, Texas First has all the cybersecurity experts and IT guys that have been able to demonstrate that you can't trust the machines, and we heard from Hart Civic. They themselves admitted their equipment could be.
And why do they trust this group? What's their expertise? That's what I'm asking.
Well, again, these are the guys that have actually manipulated machines, manipulated votes. They've had access to be able to do it. So it's something that, in terms of having a better awareness,
so
how to
these are
secure
criminals
elections.
that are coming to teach us.
Well, the hacker teaches you how to avoid being hacked. I mean,
Yes.
that's, you know, it's like the burglar that gives advice to the police department or the FBI or whatever, you know. So.
Yeah, no one has committed a crime, but
At least they committed a crime.
Yeah.
I mean, that's by definition.
So this is just a better.
I just don't know who these people are, and I don't know if they know what they're talking about or not. And it seems like to me we ought to vet this process a little bit more than having fast food people telling
I'm
us how to
certainly
vote.
taking a close look, and I'm convinced they know what they're talking about. Now, whether there are roadblocks in the way or not, that remains to be seen. There may well be, and we still have to identify enough people to.
If they want to put on a
volunteer.
workshop, why don't they put on a workshop? Those people that are interested go to their workshop, whether they call it an accounting workshop, that they come in and basically take over and act like they're authoritative.
That part's fine, but this is, again, Bob Reeves himself suggested that we should all partake in a hand count. This is an opportunity to do it.
I agree.
You do it a traditional way, and you can do it under their methodology.
I didn't want to participate. I remember saying that. I didn't want to count, to sit up here and count this.
Well, whether you or not, you can be a witness.
I wanted to show it one way or the other.
At least you can see how it's done.
Right.
And see the results, and then apply that to our upcoming budget decisions, because Bob has said that he wants to buy a bunch of new equipment. And I certainly don't want to spend taxpayer dollars on any additional inter-civic equipment.
So if we're going to watch a recount, if that's what we really need to do.
Well, it's not a recount, it's just a count.
A count, I'm sorry, I said recount. If we're going to watch a hand count, why aren't we watching our elections? What we are doing?
I don't think we can. You have to be a official.
Well, Bob was gonna make up a.
He can make up any kind of amount.
Yeah, that's what I signed
That
up
he wants.
for. I said, okay.
To me, it goes back to the first thing, you know, I only know that 2 counties can count, and I don't know if they use this system or not, I have no idea.
No, they don't.
And, but I don't wanna go down a rabbit trail when the Secretary of State says, no, the state says you're gonna do this way. And then it's not on us, it's the legislature, and the legislature chose not to make any changes, as far as I'm aware. So anyway,
And-
that's, I think it's paramount that we know that.
I think we're already down the rabbit hole.
Well, and, Rich, I'd like to hear from some of these counties, say they're going to, and get some, information from them, what they thought.
That's
yay,
kind of
nay.
the beauty of them not showing up till August 21st.
Yeah.
I mean, they're already gonna have done this for a number
Yeah.
of counties.
You
They're
bet.
out there doing it right now.
Yeah.
We're not gonna be the first.
Judge, Ms. Bell would like to speak on this.
And we just need to make a facility available, and I'm proposing that we make the youth event center available to conduct this workshop, have one during the day, one in the evening, possibly 2 evenings if there's not public interest. So if it's not a county, I would still like to make the Hill Country Youth Event Center available.
If it's not a
For the
county
public.
event, then Hill Country Youth Event Center fees would apply.
Yes.
How much is that?
I'm not sure, they would need
Depending on
to
the
contact Jake to make reservations for the facility at that time.
And I'd like to get input from Bob as well.
We have a request to speak from Alicia Bell.
Alicia Bell, I'm in precinct 1. I'd like to read something that was written to, I think it was to Texas First from the Secretary of State. This is about the request about hand counting. So this was April 27, 2003. Hello, under Election Code 123.001, the Commissioner's Court is responsible for adopting the voting system that would be used in that county's elections. Some counties may choose to use hand-counted paper ballots. Other counties will choose to use electronic voting systems. If the county will be using a voting system, it must be a system that has been certified at the state and federal level. State and federal law requires an entity conducting an election to provide at least one electronic voting system per polling place and per early voting location that will allow voters with, with disabilities to independent mark. I think we're missing a part there. Pursuant to Chapter 123, Subchapter A of the Texas Election Code, a voting system must be adopted for use in any one or more elections by resolution, order, or other official action. The adoption of a voting system may be modified or restricted at any time. Additionally, the authority adopting the system should indicate in their official adoption action whether they are adopting the system for use in early voting only, regular voting on election day, or both. The general custodian of electronic records is required to make any user or operator manuals or instructions related to the system available for public inspection. This is not a system, this would be a process. A system would be computers. Adoption of voting system occurs by the following authorities: general election for state and county officers, Commissioner's Court. Number 2, primary elections, county executive of party holding the primary. And number 3, all other elections. A, the Commissioner's Court if ordered by the governor or a county authority. B, the governing body of the political subdivision served by the authority ordering the election. As stated above, for most elections, the County Commissioner's Court is the authority responsible for adopting a voting system. It would follow that the Commissioner's Court would be the authority to defund and rescind a voting system, which would be what we currently use in Hart Intercivic. See underlined section above in the order that county elections be conducted using paper hand tally. So, and this was from the Election Staff Office of the Texas Secretary of State. So that means that y'all have the authority to choose the hand count. It's not a system, it is a process. You just have a paper, you look at it, you have a camera, you press a button for a calculator. That's all it is.
Well, that's why we need to talk to Bob Reese, because he knows it's a system.
That's where we would have the need for the public workshop.
It's an opportunity to see for yourself.
Bob Ridge is had to go to George Pass for this conference. No, his way's not here. Okay. I mean, before I want to vote on this, I'd like to hear what the county attorney's recommendations.
Right.
So put this on the next agenda.
Yeah.
Pass, the motion, what do we do?
I want to have the date for it. More information.
The dates are already kind of there. I've talked to Jake, it's available. He's reserved the 21st, 22nd, and 3rd. So we just have to decide whether we're going to do it and if we're going to make that youth event center available for this purpose.
Well, it'd be dedicated, I mean, he would charge.
Well, unless we decide that it is a county function. I still think it benefits the county and it should be.
Do we have a motion?
Well, I mean, I think the standpoint of the space can be reserved, you say it already is, so there's no reason we'd have to take action today. I'm not part of it, and if county attorney comes back and says that it's, you know, that will vary my opinion as to whether it's free or not free, but her determination.
You got a reservation, you always counsel it, need to be, we are, but.
Well, we'll pass this till after motion.
Well, I'll make a motion if it helps. My motion is that we approve the use of the Hill Country Youth Event Center for 2 sessions on election integrity and in-county violence.
It's sponsored by Kerr County?
Yes.
Okay.
What
I'll
dates?
educate the public. Well, the dates are up
You need
to
the
this
dates.
group, but all right, anytime between August 21st and 23rd.
I'll second that.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Abstaining? Fails for lack of majority.
Like I said, I want more information from the county attorney.
Moving on, item
Next time.
1.35, consider discussion take appropriate action to approve certificate of construction completion for the PDA project 7218055, East Kerr County Center Point Wastewater Collection Project. Charlie Hastings and Rosie Davis.
Thank you, Judge. Rosie Daly's going to take this one. She's with Grant Works and been helping us with this project.
All right, so if y'all remember, we were here January closing out the 7045, now we're closing out the 8055, of the TDA funded portion of LMI connections. So you should have the certificate of construction completion with the final quantity, or the final contract amount remaining that to be paid. So if you have any questions about it, but the TDA LMI connections are all complete now. And the rest of the work it relies or is lying with DGERA for the Texas Water Development Board. It'll be a month or 2 out for close.
So all you're asking us to do, approve?
Is approved, yeah. So we can get this submitted to TDA.
We're getting close to the end.
Yeah.
Our deadline to submit the document you have is June 22nd.
Oh,
We need it today.
today, huh?
Yes, sir.
For approval.
You got a motion and a second to approve the certificate of construction completion for the East Kerr County Center Point Wastewater collection project as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Moving on to item 1.36, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on surplus sheriff's office chairs. Ms. Mendoza.
I'm just asking for approval to dispose of 12 office chairs from the sheriff's office.
Both conference rooms.
Conference room.
I made the motion.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve surplus in the sheriff's office chairs. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Moving on to 1.37. This is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve amended budget calendar for fiscal year 2023-2024. Ms. Mendoza.
We had previously approved, or you had previously approved the budget calendar for this upcoming fiscal year, and we made a couple of changes just to be in line with the local government code.
I'll move for approval.
Second. Got a motion and a second to approve the amendment to the budget calendar for this year. Any discussion? Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Very well, unanimous. Moving on to item 1.38, presentation regarding update recap of the Enterprise Fleet Management Program. Stacy Sequel.
We're passing on this also. I guess she has to get together with the auditor first.
Okay, all good.
Judge, there were 2 bids that the clerk's office forgot to give you guys, so there's 2 additional crushed gravel.
Been waiting for a pause. Sorry, Jim.
Laid out.
Go back to item 1.21, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to open and read award the rebids for crushed paving aggregate. We have 2 more bids.
This bid is from Johnson City Crushed Stone. They did not bid on the 5/8 and the 1/2 inch. It was $25 unit cost, total $25. And the 3/8 was $21, no delivery cost, total bid $21. That one sounds a whole lot better.
What was delivered?
21.
25 and 21.
25.
That's delivered.
Delivered, yes. That's less than half the capital.
Well, one of them was out of Austin earlier, so.
And this one's gonna go in the other direction. This is from Brontex Materials, and the Broncos. Their 5/8 unit cost $29, delivery $25 for a total of $54. 1/2 inch, same, 29, 25, and 54 delivered, or total, and 3/8, 29, 25, 54 for total cost. Move we also accept these 2 bids for evaluation.
We're here a total of 4 bids.
4 bids.
I think we can award the bids.
Okay.
You want to make a recommendation on how to award?
Yeah, Johnson City, they did the crushed paving rock at $25 a ton, and the crushed paving rock 3/8, $21 a ton, and I think if I'm not mistaken, there was no delivery charge in there, Commissioner Lutz?
That's correct. They had an X in that delivery box on both of them.
Yeah, green
That
was,
could mean 10.
I'll just kind of go over the 4.
It's still cheap, isn't it?
Yeah, the Green International LLC, all of theirs for the 3 different sizes, 5/8, 1/2 inch, 3/8 was $29.15, delivery charge of $13.20. So the total was $42.35. The Armor, I'm not sure what the excavation, I think, out of Austin, Texas, no bid on the 5/8, 26 on the 1/2 inch, 24 on the 3/8 with the $20 charge. So one was $46 a ton, the other was $44 a ton. Brontex, 5/8 was $29 a ton, 1/2 inch, $29 a ton, $29 a ton for the 3/8 with a $25 delivery charge, which put all those 3 different rock sizes at $54 a ton delivered. Johnson City did not bid the 5/8, did $25 a ton on the 1/2, $21 a ton on the 3/8 with no delivery charge. So it appears to me that Johnson City won the bid.
Is that a problem that they didn't bid 5/8?
No, I think we normally use the half inch, is it, Robert? Yeah.
Yeah, 5/8 is what we're using at one time, and we've gone more to the half inch all the way across the board. But we keep the 3/8 for some single shots.
Yeah. So we're gonna use the half inch for both layers if it's 2 layers of rock and oil.
What's the full name of Johnson City?
Is it Johnson City crushed stone?
Crushed stone.
Yeah. Yeah, you start putting that 5/8 down, and we have I think in precinct 4, the bigger the rock, the louder it gets.
I move that we award a contract to Johnson City Crushed Stone for the provision of half-inch and 3/8 inch crushed aggregate.
Second.
Second, third.
Got a motion and a second, any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
Thank you.
Okay. Approval for amendment. 2.1, budget amendments.
Yes, you have before you 7 budget amendments. These are line item transfers. For the most part, you have, the second budget amendment that you're looking at is to firm up the Texas Water Development Board, the easements, and one particular grant. The fourth one, the first one on the second page, that is for an OOG, that is the Operation Lone Star, and OOG has approved the budget amendment that you're being presented with, or the amounts that represent what you're looking at. The next budget amendment is for the CDL stipends. This was based on the first presentation in the first court order, not the amended one, but it'll just be less, and if we need the money, we can transfer it back at that point if you want to go ahead and pass it today. And then the sixth budget amendment, or the first one on the third page, that is showing the receipt of the bond proceeds and the expected plan for the construction as of this point. And then the last one there is just to catch up from moving the public relations person from part-time to full-time.
I move for approval.
Second.
Is that with the adjustment?
Sure.
From the adjustments today?
Yes.
Oh, you want me
Well,
to adjust
no,
it?
no,
Or
well-
just,
We're going to approve it and let you adjust it.
Yeah.
okay, if needed later.
Right.
Got it.
Yeah,
Exactly.
right.
Any discussion? Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. 2.2, pay bills.
Yes, invoices for today's consideration, $1,540,773.29.
I move for approval.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve the bills as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. 2.3, late bills.
Invoices for today's consideration, $1,239,831.57. These are all related to grants in some form or fashion.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the late bills as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. 2.4, auditor reports.
They're not in.
Okay.
Approval.
Let's do monthly reports.
Give me monthly report.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had to give them a hard time. Sorry, guys. All right. Treasurer's quarterly investment portfolio summary period January 1st, 2023 through March 31st, 2023. For May 2023, Environmental Health, OSSF, Director Ashley Batters. Constables, Precinct 1, Tommy Rodriguez. Precinct 2, Kyle Snyder. Precinct 3, Paul Gonzalez. Precinct 4, Brad Ryder. Justice of the Peace, Precinct 1, Missy French. Precinct 2, Gerald Horn. Precinct 3, Kathy Mitchell. District Clerk, Dawn Lance. Treasurer's Payroll Report, Tracy Sullivan. I move for approval.
Got a motion and a second to approve the monthly reports as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. 2.6 court orders.
The court orders from our May 22nd meeting, order number 39997 to 40022. They all have to be in order. I'll move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the court orders as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay. We got three. Approved. Information agenda, 3.1. Status reports from department heads. Anything to report? Moving on. 3.2. Status reports from elected officials. Kerr.
I know it's been a long court. I just want to be sure and update the court and also the taxpayers of Kerr County in reference to Ingram Police Department. Latest update I've got is, they've got an interim chief over there, which is basically temporary, and as of a couple of weeks ago, they've got one police officer. Okay, the problem with that officer probably works 40 hours a week. The problem being there's 168 hours in a week, okay, which that shows me they're doing about 24% coverage. But in that, a lot of times they're not available. They're on duty, but they're not available to the public because they're doing backgrounds, something like that. What I want to tell the court Sunday, I'm going to give you a good example. Luckily we get calls over there we can handle maybe in 30 minutes, an hour or two, something like that. But Sunday is a good example that I want you to know about. One of my officers who lives in Hunt was heading home off duty. It was kind of during shift change. Lady's trying to commit suicide on 39 lane down the road, okay, trying to get run over. They got deputies there, gets her off the road. We send a second unit because he's on his way home, and anytime you deal with a suicide subject, you want a couple of people there. So then we send a sergeant over there. Obviously, what are we going to do? So we didn't include MHTD, which probably saved us a couple of hours, and we did what's called a peace officer's emergency detention order. Okay, we filled that out. We take her to University Hospital. In that one call, one officer had an hour, the supervisor had 45 minutes, another guy had 3.5 hours. Like I said, we got lucky we didn't include MHTD. Okay, there's about 5 hours of my resources that were used that I don't feel is right, okay? But you know what, we have to do it. So I don't feel like the citizens of Ingram are getting what they paid for. And you're gonna hear what we paid, they pay county taxes too, right? But they pay additional to that, they pay city taxes for extra law enforcement. So, okay, with that being said, we're gonna continue to, fill the void. I don't think that's right. But what I want you to know, my officers, and plus that left us really shorthanded like we already are. But you know what, we've kind of went from proactive to reactive. But I just want the citizens and taxpayers of Kerr County to know what we're dealing with.
Any discussion?
Oh, no, I feel that.
Item 3.3, status reports from liaison commissioners.
Historical Commission has canceled their summer camp. So I don't know if everybody was aware of that.
That's like we could.
And they had, last time it was full, and I asked if they could handle more, and they said absolutely not. So.
They adjusted the age that they were doing it. It used to be a little bit older kids, so I don't know if that had an effect or not. But,
well, if you get to the point where you think you can't take any more, and then you don't advertise it, it's always better to turn people away than it is to say, we've got it covered, and then you don't have enough attendance. So that's advertising 101. That was a freebie.
Any other commissioner reports? Okay, what we've got is we've got an executive session. I've got a hearing here in 20 minutes that I'm going to have to step out to take. We can break now and come back when my hearing is over. It's a Zoom hearing, so it's going to go very quickly. Probably going to start back up by 1:45.
Yes, probably so.
Like that.
Yes, sir.
And y'all can get some lunch, start back up at 1:45, or we can start and then stop and then start.
That sounds good.
If we're going to talk to Chuck, I need to be fed.
Yep, exactly.
So we will stand in recess and we will reconvene at 1:45. Everybody ready? It's 1:57 and the Kerr County Court is now back in session. And we're going to adjourn to go into executive session and discuss the county's active and former subdivision, manufactured home and rental community, other development regulations, subdivision, manufactured home, rental community, or other development projects now pending county review or action, any other matters described in the agenda, as well as a litigation update. Those are the matters that we're going to discuss too. And so with that, it is now 1:58 and we adjourn into executive session. Let's take about maybe a couple of minutes just to transition and get people situated.
What's the next?
Yeah.
I think I'll just create it a
Time doesn't mean quite as much to me as it used to.
What's that?
Time doesn't mean quite as much to me as it used to. We got an abundance.
I feel sorry for that young man.
I know, you've been figuring.
He's hanging in there.
Without a doubt.
It's just, to
good
close
point.
it out.
Yeah.
Close up here. Rosie should be here.
Probably convinced him you don't want to go into this stuff.
You don't want to be a politician.
Never again, Bob.
That's a bad word to me.
Let's close it out.
Oh, that's closed.
I am.
Yeah, like I said.
I've been getting that years ago.
I mean,
Well, at this rate, I might still be here.
So before we come back to order,
Yes.
it's 4:26.
She's been shot.
We were in executive session almost 2.5 hours. I apologize for that. Before it's all over, I think you've got a legislative update from our outside counsel. We'll just talk about the law. I'll tell you that. We have the next item on the agenda is 5.1, action as may be required on matters discussed in executive session.
Yes, we discussed the hunt issues earlier today, regard, 1605 Cypress Landing. And I'm gonna make a motion to rescind and withdraw the variance granted on May 8th, 2023 regarding the 1605 Cypress Landing project, with the understanding that further review is necessary once a complete plat application is made pursuant to the Kerr County subdivision regulations. That's my motion.
this is item 1.3.
Yes, that's right.
That's the motion?
Yes, sir.
My second.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second to rescind the variance subject to review and final plat approval. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay.
Gordon. Thank you.
May be excused and we are adjourned.
All right.